Change in plans. I managed to stream today, but I made the decision at the last second, so bear with me. I still have a few things to set up here. Couldn't even get the new thumbnail applied just yet. I made a new thumbnail, I just gotta get it applied. Also, I have no idea if I'm going to be punished for not selecting the game yet. There's our thumbnail for our last part here. Good morning, Mario. How's it going? We got an out-of-band stream today, but I'm here for it. Yeah, looks good. Okay. I probably should get the day updated, too. It is March 1st, 1994. So that's 319994. Day 236. Everything else is still very true. We still have recently acquired remote pipe bombs. Looking forward to it. We've got the other half of Rosewood to clear out today. And then I'm thinking we're definitely going to hit March Ridge. All right. Yeah, I think that's everything up to date. Everything's a well-oiled machine here. Wouldn't have started streaming if I couldn't make it one. Last thing I need to sort out is monitoring window here. That goes up top. And then my windows need to sort themselves here. Oh, of course that messes up the damn chat window. There we go. That looks good. Have I updated already? Yeah, we updated it as soon as it came out. 42.17 did not cause any problems with our save. We didn't even have to migrate the map. It was great. Probably the most seamless update I've ever seen in B42. Okay, looks good. I don't think there was... I mean, obviously I was getting started on the floor here. I don't think there was anything else... Ooh, we need counters. We need counters. That's it, yeah. We got a rain barrel put in. And last time I did the Rosewood base here, I just made do with the counters I found locally. This time, I would like to find some proper green counters. So we're going to go ahead and before we even get started, we're going to fire up b42map.com here. Lovely website. Always happy to shout it out. It's going to help us find the nearest set of green counters. So here we are in Rosewood. Yeah, these people right here. Imagine getting green stoves and a green fridge, but no green counters. And there's a few of those like that. The one weakness to B42 map is sometimes you can't see, like, for example, this house right here. I have no idea what color the kitchen counters are because the wall is in the way. and there's no way to make the wall go away. It does seem as though B42 map doesn't have a way of like giving you an extra layer that you can. I mean, it's a lot of data. That's a lot of data. What B42 map, the way I understand it, is they screenshot the entire map. Like, we're actually looking at a massive JPEG of the entire world. It's a little bit more optimized than that, but ultimately that's really what it is. The engine that it uses, OpenSea Dragon, is something I might actually use for my own series someday. Long time from now. I haven't even properly mapped the texture I've come up with for the planet onto a globe yet. I came up with a 2D texture, but it doesn't look right in 3D. So I don't know if there is green counters. Hang on a second. Why do I get the feeling that the fire department has it? Because it does. Fire department, boys. Rosewood Fire Department is the GOAT. Truly the GOAT. And the best part, yeah, Jimmy's, you beat me to it. The best part about the Rosewood Fire Department for our world right now is I believe we've already cleared it. I think we even stayed a night there earlier in this character's lifetime. So that's exactly where we're going today. We're just going to take the truck here, or the ambulance has more room right now. And we're going to, if there are any major groups left on the main street, we're going to bypass them for now. In theory, we shouldn't have too many, actually. Oh, getting warmed up earlier. Now, of course, the whole point of the green counters is to match Spiffos there. When I say Spiffos, I mean the floors from Spiffos. Spiffos has got those green tile floors. This guy has noticed the destruction we wrought last time. It's great. Fantastic. I also find it quite interesting that we got a Spiffo van just right down the road from Spiffos, but no actual Spiffo vans at Spiffos. Okay, last time when we... Wait, I never even went down the main road here. Okay. Okay. I forgot how Okay. I think I remember now. I did a very different approach to Rosewood last time I was here. We bypassed the main town so that we wouldn't observe any residential. That would give us a slightly increased chance of survivor homes. I don't expect any survivor homes, but I would be perfectly happy to see one. Okay, so we definitely still have a huge crowd down here, and that's perfectly fine. We will deal with them. But yeah, the fire department was looted and trashed. We did come away with a bunch of axes, and that's a good thing. Everybody likes their fire axes. Clear anybody who would have noticed us here. Wake up, we're awake. But yeah, I was pretty sure that I was not going to be able to stream in the middle of the week this week. But a few things came up. I will likely have a couple of tasks I have to do today that one of them might interrupt me, so I might not be able to do a full stream today. Like I might have to stop like 6 hours in or something, depending on. I'll have to make a call in about an hour, and depending on what I learn from that. That'll decide basically the rest of the day today. It's around 9 a.m. I gotta remember to give somebody a call. Otherwise, now, like I said, we have been in here once before, but since then, there's any number of Zeds could have come through here. I feel like the second floor is going to be okay, but I take nothing for granted. All right, there's our coffee machine for the base here. And now we try our luck with the counters. 7.5% chance to break. Okay. Knowing my luck, I'll get all of them except for the corner. Maybe today's going to be a good day after all. Or maybe I'm just burning all my luck ahead of time. We're going to find out, aren't we? Of course, we'll have to drain the sink if we want to use it. I'm not a big fan of wasting water, so we'll wash up first. Broke the sink. Oh well. That would have been our sink. Alright, so we got all of them successfully. I'm going to drop the last counter for a moment, and we're going to try to steal another sink, actually. Do chickens die of a dirty hutch or an open egg hatch door, though? So there has been a mechanic from the beginning of B42 that was disabled in the sandbox settings regarding chickens dying if the coop or if the door wasn't closed on the hatch. It was supposed to simulate predators stealing the chickens, like foxes and whatnot. I feel that setting, as far as I know, that setting has always been off. But I think some settings have recently been turned back on, like the zombies attracted to animal noises and whatnot. So I don't know. Maybe that sandbox setting has been turned on. All I can say is thus far I've not lost any chickens because I don't use coops at all. I do know that, and this is irregardless of irregardless. This doesn't pertain to the sandbox setting at all. This has actually been the case. Chickens will die. What'll happen is if the coop is 100% dirty, then chickens will slowly lose health once they go into it, and they'll eventually go from like healthy looking to sickly, and then they'll eventually die. So it's not like they immediately get killed by it or anything, but they will eventually get killed by it. I don't know if there are any sinks in here. Downstairs maybe. Yeah, there might be one downstairs. I probably cannot afford to actually take this bed with me. No. At least not. I'll have to do a second trip, so that's fine. I'm going to do a second trip. Now, me running around upstairs may have led somebody in here, so as always, nothing for granted. Yeah, see, there's one there in the bottom center. Very often, if a zombie outside sees you in a second floor window, they'll try to get to you, but they sometimes lose attention span and forget you're there, because especially with a building this big. So she might have come around because she saw us around back. But whatever, we'll kill her. Yeah. The eggs hatch on the ground. Yes, Mario. In fact, that is becoming an increasing problem for us because our chickens are getting fertilized even though they shouldn't be because we've kept them separate from the rooster. I'm starting to think that we need to keep them, like... I think right now fertilizations are being, like... They just happen if animals are in the same cell. I don't think they care if they're in the same zone or not. Because all of our roosters are in a different zone, and yet my hens keep getting fertilized, which is... whatever. It was funny at first, now it's just getting irritating because it means we're going to have to kill some chickens. Yes, Renzero, we are in Rosewood today. Currently gathering some furniture from the fire department, as the fire department is the only place with green counters that I can see on the map. I'm sure someday B42map.com will allow us to see behind walls. Today is not that day. This is probably going to break the sink, so let's not waste it. Success. We now have our sink. And this will be a full trunk here. So that leaves us with enough room for one more counter in our backpack. And then we can offhand carry the bed that I saw there. The bed just so happens to be a match for the green aesthetic. I already do have a bed, but you know what? I like a bed that matches. Our primary target in Rosewood is going to be the police department for the weapons, most importantly the ammo. But of course there is also the prison, which we actually got started on very early on in this character's journey, and then we fell back because we didn't have the capacity to handle the amount of Zeds we saw. Now we very much have the capacity. Wait a minute, I forgot about the other counter. There we go. And we are out of here. Got all the furniture I wanted. Our kitchen is going to look glorious. Yeah. It was unfortunately looted and trashed when we came here early on, but I think we got a few axes out of it. In fact, there is a small chance that the axe that we're currently carrying around in our field kit here was originally from here. yeah, it's all coming together. Oh yeah, no, don't be a loot goblin, or don't not be a loot goblin. Take all the stuff. I mean, we just managed to get a update to the game that didn't break everything, so I feel so much more confident in going a little longer on my saves. There's always that chance it'll be the next update that breaks it, but we're not there yet. So all this garbage bag here was cookware. Put that away now. Cookware straight into the sink here. And you know what? The kettle straight onto the stove here. I don't think strainers are used for anything yet. No, you can smelt them, but that's about it. We should have a pipe... Oh, yeah, right there. Locally sourced pipe wrench, so I don't have to pull it out of my field kit. And when we saw this rain starting to fall near the end of last stream, we got a rain barrel up already, so we've already got 60 liters and growing. 0.2 loot and you still got 25 screwdrivers. Very nice. That is a lot of chances for screwdrivers. I feel like screwdrivers are probably one of those things that's just in like so many loot tables that your chances of getting one are pretty good. Yeah, Luchador, that's actually the direction we were actually moving. When we heard that there were new tapes, just for the sake of seeing if we can find any at the VHS store, because new tapes were added in the latest patch, and because we never even looked at March Bridge in our early game exploration, that means when we go there, everything that spawns in will spawn in under the latest build of the game, and so new loot will spawn in there, which is that'll be good. I think some of this we can put away. I'm gonna establish a everything else container right here. Oops. Sponges are now useful to recharge your respirator filters, so I do collect them now when I see them, and I keep them in my sink cupboards until I need them. With all these counters, we should have homes for everything now. Sorry, that's my Discord. No, I probably do need more containers over here, but I'm not going to go out and try to steal any more. We should have a few here. Okay, I will have to tab over to my work computer. Sorry about this, folks. An unusual day today, for sure. Let's get a couple of these containers put together here. You know what? That's not a bad match, all things considered. Look at that. The countertops of the mahogany counters with the maple. That's actually not that bad of a match. I don't hate it. I think that's where we're going to put materials, so the electrical stuff I just picked up. That leaves us with plenty of room for whatever I want on this side in the kitchen. If I have the option, I like putting caffeine, everything caffeine related underneath the coffee machine. So that's including soda. And we'll just do electrical and general materials. Okay, I will now have to tab over to my work computer for a minute. In the meantime, I will have Dani here read Animal Care, which she's been working her way through here. What's up, kids? How's it going? I'm here. Just a couple weird things I've got to tab back and forth on today. We have secured some more furniture for our rosewood base, and we've identified that there's quite a few zombies we'll want to remove from the south side of town. We'll be doing that tomorrow morning in game. Halfway furnitures to Phallus Lake. You know, I don't know off the top of my head because there is. I feel like there is one of those diners that's next to the highway, but I don't know where. It's not coming to me. I know for sure there's definitely not one in Riverside. Well, depends on what you mean by that. If you're looking for the seats and the tables, there's some seats at the club next to the hotel. The black leather seats, though, they're not the like the red kind, if that's what you're looking for. What's that? 7. Alright, I believe I'm back now. Gonna need some more milk. For aerosol bombs, do you need spray cans to be full? To the extent of my knowledge, I don't know. I don't remember if I've ever paid attention to whether or not I ended up using non-full ones. But I can tell you that I've never had a situation where I couldn't use one. So I feel like I probably would have used some full ones before already. Okay, we don't have a lot of daylight left, so, and it's a bit rainy outside still, so I'm not gonna attempt to start any major combat ops. I'm just going to see if I can get my hands on the enough tiles for the kitchen. I think we calculated 56 was the total. I know you can use the whatchamacallit, hairspray to actually gel your hair, or whatchamacallit. There is a way to use it to actually style your hair, but I forget what hairstyle actually required it. Did we have a crowbar in here? I feel like we did. If there was a crowbar, I would have put it back here somewhere. It doesn't look like there is. I'm gonna check the basement real quick. Locally sourced is always great. Darn. No crowbar down here. That's okay. I mean, this basement has always been a pretty cool looking place. Public service announcement regarding these basements like this with the wooden walls. You don't actually need a sledgehammer to disassemble these wooden walls in between the basement limits. So you can turn this entire basement into a blank slate to do whatever you want with. These are not load-bearing walls or anything like that. You can disassemble them as you see fit. I'm not going to do that for this particular instance because this we're not going to be spending forever here or anything like that. This is just a one of our many field bases. So that means I will be using the crowbar from the field kit of my ambulance. I mustn't forget about that. And going with our green theme, of course. Yeah, that just looks silly. The secret stash under the floor here, which I was surprised to see seems to be a consistent thing. If anybody is not familiar with what stashes look like. This one, I think, shows up regularly here. Last two characters I've been here for. I don't know if we saw this on Annie. But, yeah, it's basically just a floor tile that looks extra janky. And when you go near it, it is just a container. Alright, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to get the crowbar from my ambulance field kit, and we are going to go to Spiffo's with the race car, and we're actually going to pick up the Spiffo van and use that for transport. The Spiffo van is just down the road from Spiffo's, and it's probably got a decent trunk on it, and we'll just tow it. Because none of my main vehicles have a lot of room in them, and floor tiles are actually pretty chunky. If I want to pick up 56 floor tiles, I probably won't even be able to fit them in an empty van trunk here. But we'll at least be able to get a good chunk of them. Wait a minute, is that a key to the Spiffo van? That is a key to the Spiffo van. Hell yeah. Bring him to the airport. Send him home. So each of these weigh 3 encumbrance, which is one of the reasons it's going to take a couple of trips, most likely. So if it's 8 per, our target was 56. 56, I don't know if that's divisible by 8. Oh, it is. Okay. Sweet. I don't know why I thought it was... Okay. So yes, that's basically 7 garbage bags full of tiles. And that's... I dread that sound, but at least we're not hearing it often enough for it to be a problem. Not at the moment. It's when it's trying to pick up things like beds that it becomes a serious problem. Interesting, it seems we get a brick for failing to pick up a tile. The recent nerf to carpentry experience gained for making floors is thoroughly unwelcome, but it's part of the game. Apparently, we were having way too much fun leveling things up by making floors. I don't know if they did that to welding too, but it would not surprise me. That's going to be the last one we can fit in the trunk, but that's okay, because we need a total of 7 of these garbage bags, 7 times 8, and I'm just going to get the last 8 and not even put them in bags. Alright, there's our first 8. It is definitely our bedtime, right on time here. So I'm going to go ahead and sleep. And then as soon as I finish sleeping, the first thing I'm going to do when I wake up is I'm going to go put away this crowbar, because I know I will forget to if I don't. Now that we're done picking floors up, we need but the hammer to put them back down. Looted barricade home with 2 bandits inside. Bandits as in like, what are we talking about here? Like, dead or alive? Or, well, obviously not alive. There ain't no NPCs in this game. Two spare floors, and that is okay. Did I miss a spot? No, I think I'm good. Learn to hate that sound. Truly, truly hate that sound. Oh, I can't rotate it while it has items in the container, huh? Alrighty then. You know what? I really, really, really like it. I'm actually going to sleep and leave the engine running because the battery looks like it could use a little charge. And after we sleep, we'll fill up the gas tank. Hey, Command, how's it going? I'm going to risk trying to pick up the couches up here. Or there's actually just the couch. There is no... Or, sorry, yeah, there's a stove and no couch. Alrighty then. And brakes. Success. Damn. Cannot rotate soda machine. Perhaps I'll move the vanity over a little bit here. Now what, pray tell, do we do with a bleach and a mop and a bucket? Oh, I shall show you. It is quite lovely. So we got our bucket here. Bucket is completely full. So what we're going to do is just start to empty it and then immediately cancel. So that maybe there we go. That emptied like 600 milliliters. And all we needed was a little bit of room. We're going to put like, I usually do less than 100, so we're going to do 80 milliliters of bleach into a mostly full bucket of water. Put the bleach away, grab the mop, and then we're going to make this place look even nicer. I never understand why so many residents of Knox County felt it necessary to live in squalor, but we have fixed the problem now. Ekron or Riverside. That's a tough one. That is a tough one. I'm assuming that you are not in pressing need for books, because if you had a pressing need for books, then Ekron would probably be the go-to. We are now transferring the soda to the correct place underneath the soda machine, where I originally put it, but it's migrated a little bit. There we go. That's sort of an everything container. Ideally, I want the closest container to the bed to have my reading material. Speaking thereof, I do have to take a short break here. I have to step away briefly IRL. I will be able to come back, but then I'm going to need to take a phone call. And for that, I'll probably still be able to play. I mean, I'll be on hold for half of it. But I just won't, I'll have to mute my mic. So I will have her read a book for a moment here. And then I'll be right back, and then we'll get started with that. Today's operation is going to be combat focused, probably. We'll see. I'll probably be taking light shots at the groups on the north side of the crossroads, and then we'll deal with the group to the south more fully with a pipe bomb at some point. So until then, I'll be right back, folks. Just a moment. All right, I'm back for a moment, but then I gotta take a call. All right, I'm not going to actually disconnect my camera phone for this, but I will have to get a number off of it. Anybody's not familiar, that over-the-shoulder cam is actually my $1,000 Pixel 7 Pro. Not a bad phone, I really enjoy it, but it's also a product of Google. So I've had to lock it down so much to the point where it doesn't really do that much. It's the $1,000 camera more than anything these days. All right, this is the part where I mute the mic. So I'll be able to resume playing, but I'll just be muted for a bit. All right, Mike should be back. Sorry about that. So I had to take a call, and that's actually kind of somewhat relevant to my live streams. I usually do Mondays, but I do have an obligation now on Monday the 27th in the morning, so I probably will not be able to stream on the 27th. I also have something in the afternoon for Friday the 24th, but I got a non-committal answer on that. So, like for example, I have an appointment later today, but I'm probably 4:15 p.m. That's quite a bit of time from now. We'll be able to get a good long stream today, so I won't have to get cut short by anything. TBA on Friday the 24th. I might have a bit of a reduced schedule for the 24th through the 27th there, but yeah, definitely won't be able to stream the 27th. Everything else until then is looking good. Okay, and that should do for all my obligations for now. I don't expect the phone to ring with anything else, but if it does, Ooh. So this zombie we killed while we were messing around there had a pair of skinny leather pants. Functionally equivalent to the normal leather pants that we're currently wearing, but they have a different appearance. And I might pick those up for summer. Maybe. We'll see. Turn my volume a little bit back up here. All right. Let's see if we got anything. I feel like I looked at this during my initial map tour. I feel like I got out and I looked at it and I realized that the trunk was locked and I didn't get anything out of it. And there was no axe back there anyway. I'll take a bucket though and a sack. The firefighter pants will make for good. I was about to scrap them from airman thread, but I might use them as pajamas too. Oh no, you can wear leather pants in the summer. It's just not the most ideal. Now, unless what I've been feeling like they've been changing the body heat situation. We're in a decent spot right now, but I have also not experienced the summer heat on the latest build, and I've been having people tell me that something about it feels different. Someone was saying that they were like sweating in the basement without even wearing something on their top, and that sounded really weird. I think that was on a new character that was created on the latest patch too. Decoration there. We're gonna go pick up the race car and tow this back with us. Body temp is insane right now. Okay, fuck, that's stupid. I don't like it when they start fucking with things for no reason. Body heat is one of those things that really was... Okay, I'm gonna be real with you guys. It was actually a little bit overpowered. The amount of body heat that we generate during the winter is a little high. So for the fact that they would turn it up even higher, what the fuck? What the actual unironic fuck? That is... yeah, that's definitely one of the decisions of all time right there. You can't wear pants at all? Are you... Wow. My first aid kit. Sure. It's a little bit... Probably a little hard to see. And what you're looking at here is more than just my first aid kit. What I'll do is I'll screenshot this. I'll drop it on Immigrant for you here. Oh, this new Immigrant. I hate new Immigrant. So that is my whole field kit. I had actually been meaning to screenshot that anyway. So you can ignore the non-first aid stuff if you don't have room for that. But yeah, painkillers, shears, forceps. It is missing suture needles. So there should be 2 suture needles. I had a feeling that I had missed something. So yeah, there should be 2 suture needles in there. Everything else looks good. Oh yeah, denim shirt is, it provides protection, but the insulation is rather high. I'm not looking forward to summer based on what I'm hearing now about body heat gen getting increased. That is really stupid. I don't like that. I'm not going to fill these all the way up, because I don't know if I might actually want to rotate the parts. So I'm just going to fill whatever they are. That's probably a smaller one based on how long that took. Just going to fill them partially. Oh, already gas in it. Great. A very, very tiny amount, though. So I'm going to do the exact same thing I just did with the Spiffo van. The battery in this fire truck is a little low, so I'm just going to let it run for a bit instead of filling it up right away. Meanwhile, we siphoned a bit from the car, so let's fill that back up. Wow, that is, the devs need to hear about this. Is there a Reddit thread about that? I see one right here. I'm gonna look for a bigger thread. I see a lot of people talking about wound infection. I'm not seeing a lot of people talk about body heat. Let's just do a quick search. "7 days ago. Why is my character so fucking hot?" No, this was a mod, I think. Yeah, homie had a mod, and it was the Nan problem. It was the Nan problem. He went to go call his Nan for a cup of tea. No, there was a problem with something. Basically, his character values got messed up. So this is the only thread I see about it. I'm going to link. Not that I normally, I would never normally consider my viewers to brigade anything like that. I just The devs need to hear your feedback, of course. So anybody who's experiencing anything about that, please do contribute your experience to that thread. I don't think that falls into the purview of brigading. I mean, I literally did look to see if there was a thread, you know, a bigger thread talking about the issue. Let's go ahead and take the fire truck out. It's a little late in the day for a bombing, but I want to do one. I do want to do one, so we're gonna do it. Feral dogs, leather jacket. There is a hole in the upper torso, but not the lower, so this one probably is not my go-to for the situation, but I'm going to leave it there. For now, I'm putting first aid in with the... No idea when the water's or the rain's gonna stop. He says as the rain stops. Oh, that was you. No shit. Well, I'm glad you're on board with that, because I mean, normally I'd be like, well, maybe we should go to Steam because that's where the game is sold, but Steam doesn't fucking the devs don't pay attention to Steam, and I've always found that annoying. Look, I get it. Steam is kind of hard to corral. I mean, it's hard to moderate. There's a lot of wackos who'll come in there from other, not even from the game, but no, you sell the game on Steam. They should be paying attention to it. But alas, we got to go where they go, and I'm not interested in joining their Discord or their. I mean, I do go on their forums, but they don't pay attention to me there either. So that's in it. I am gonna let this one run still. We'll shut it off before we go to bed tonight. Okay, let's go out there and see what we can accomplish. I was hoping to pre-sight a spot for a bombing, but I didn't. Nothing's really jumping out at me. Turning a little hard there. So this is definitely not where I want to start. We're just going to clear by hand for a minute. It's a little tight up here. There's not a lot of good spots to corral them together. Yep. I think I do technically have an account on on the Fun Pimps, but if I do, it's been a long time. It's not the worst spot right here. I don't like those trees though. Ooh, parking lot right behind it. We're gonna clear some of those cars out, and that's our spot. That was a one shot. So if I was going to use the parking lot back there, we could pull the entire group from the The entire group from behind the courthouse and the police department. The question would be, how many of them could we get from the other side of this big mega fence that is separating the town street from the two-story residential there? I'm seeing a very nice spot right here. I'm going to need to move a few cars, so I'm going to get out and kill all the zombies that hear me right now. Okay, combat. I haven't had multi-combat engagement yet, so make sure I'm awake. Make it nice and easy. My 9mm is still in the ambulance, or the trunk of this truck. I should actually find that. Right, left. And I don't know where, thanks to the trees. You know what? We're gonna cue a little harder there. Any noise we make here, that's a shout. Nothing compared to what we're gonna make when we start towing. Towing is a very loud activity. Seeing that little yellow spot on me. It's not yellow. It's actually supposed to be gold. It's the part of the jacket straps. It's distracting me, but it doesn't look bad. It's just distracting. Now that I know what it is, I can forget about it. Yes, you know what? I am very specific about my appearances. There is a unusual color. I need to know where it's coming from. All right, so I just want to clear these 3 vehicles here. The taxi I'm not really worried about. We are going to place the bomb right here on this street light. That should give us plenty of room to drive around it. I do have an axe with me, and I don't actually remember where I picked it up from. I don't think it's my axe from the ambulance. Did I pick it up from the truck, actually? I might have. I might have, because I was a little distracted at the time, so yeah. Let's wipe these 2 guys out. I'm going to cut a couple of these trees. Just a couple. And the reason being, I need to be able to see, well, I'm not going to be able to cut enough to make line of sight without lots of deforestation here. I just want to be able to see what's coming this way, because we're going to be pulling a lot that way. Well, actually, maybe not. I didn't realize this is the courthouse right here. So this is the courthouse directly to the south of me here, or the bottom of my screen here. To the left here, there's the police department that is beyond the chain link fences there. So there will be plenty of zombies here to deal with, but there won't be as many as I thought. Now that's not the biggest problem. But what that tells me is that if I'm going to use this spot for bombing, then I'm going to want to bring more here. So I'm going to try to see if I can get a crowd from the residential area to come around that big fence. And that won't be hard at all if we make a couple of specifically targeted holes in the fence. We can actually make that a very easy process. It's just that it's a very long fence, and we'll have to be a little careful about it. That is true. Hey, listen, wake up. We need a voice line set for Navi. We need a voice line set that replaces the character voice with Navi. Hey, look at that. We got a hunter vehicle here. I'm going to steal their backpack and put all their stuff in it and hold on to that for later. That box of 357 will go in my backpack. I'm also going to check the glove. Hunters have a tendency to carry around lots of, yeah, look at that. Another patrol revolver. And another 357 box. Beautiful. I should have emptied some of this. Skill issue. I think my passenger seat's good. Yeah. It's a good thing. And of course, the L92 and my M9 are both in here. I'm going to go ahead and open up that box of 357 because we've got room for 90% of it in our bandolier here. Let's check this other one too. Why not? Nothing. Yeah, KTO is whatchamacallit. What do you use for the oh, you use 38. Yeah, that's a pretty good solution. 38 is just so lightweight that you can fit so many bullets into the bandolier. Whenever I carry 38, I just feel tempted to do nothing but 38 in the bandolier just so I can have 133 bullets in a special container for it. I mean, honestly, with the ammo straps, KTO, does your lever action, your L92, does it have ammo straps? If not, my God, it is amazing with ammo straps. I feel like I could store the bullets in my backpack and not even notice. Well, I'll probably notice it, but it would probably be very insubstantial, the penalty. Because ammo straps makes it so much faster that the bandolier is probably not even necessary. And I said that I wasn't going to move the taxi, but oops. I got into vehicle movement mode. All right. It is a bit late in the day, all things considered. So, a stupid idea I just had. Yes, it's late in the day, but I could also just put a couple of floodlights out. No, that's not going to help. It being late in the day is a problem for bombing activities because then I cannot see around me. My view cone keeps narrowing, and floodlights won't fix that. My view cone will continuously narrow until we can't see anything. So what I'm going to do is set the bomb tonight, but I'm not going to start the pull yet. And I've decided against deforestation. I don't think it's going to be necessary because we're not going to be getting anywhere near as many from the general that way direction as we are from the other directions. One remote pipe bomb coming right up, along with the remote controller. We link them, and we now place the bomb. So you can actually see it just slightly sticking out of the side of the lamppost there. Yeah, KTO, that is really stupid that it was so hard. I only found 2 ammo straps, despite looting Guns Unlimited and so many other things so far. The only time I've seen them has been on JS3Ts coming out of the armory of a police department. And I don't know why. That does not make sense. A gun attachment has never been that rare for me before. Like even back when tritium pistol sights were really hard to find, Guns Unlimited would actually have quite a few. So yeah, I'm baffled by that. We get signal. What happened? Somebody set up us the bomb. Main screen turn on. It you. How are you, gentlemen? All your base are belong to us. So we're just going to spend the evening reading and fast forward a little bit through this. We might have permanent water on the floor. Yeah, because we had a touch of snow there. I'll wait until tomorrow morning. If it's still water on the floor tomorrow morning, we're going to close and reopen the game. Not interested in the sloshy slosh if I don't have to deal with it. So I actually have a strategic use for these coolers here. They are going to be book containers. So that I can separate the readables that give me reduced stress when I inevitably have nightmares. I don't know if I've ever actually used these packs of beer cans. I've always just put them on the in the cooking bin, even though I think they're mislabeled as cooking. It doesn't make sense. We cannot cook with beer in this game. I've never seen the option. And I also left that bag of loot in the passenger seat. Too heavy to pick up, because of course it is. It's one of the reasons that I've been unequipping my heavy weapons, the 357 on my back and the M9 on my other belt holster. I can afford to carry it around because I've got the carry weight allowance, but I don't have the... That leaves me incapable of picking up things like full garbage bags, which is not good for my gameplay style. Very much in the not good department. Locally sourced weaponry can go in this this container here. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and move this out of the closet and put it out here somewhere. Last time I put it like facing over here in front of the stash. I might put it in front of this broken window so I don't have to look at it anymore. Seeing as I can't replace it. And that is sort of blocking the entrance to the basement, but I can just go right through it, because there's a window right there. I have to recategorize some of the stuff over here. Cosmetics, electrical, water container. Technically speaking, I can put cigarettes in with first aid, even though that it's imperfect, very imperfect, and that's all tools, materials. So first aid, fire source, and electrical can go in here. That is a combination of storage that will fill up pretty fast if you spend a lot of time somewhere. But I'm gambling on the likelihood that I won't spend quite enough time here to make that become a problem. Load it and rack it. Eventually all this ammo will come out of this closet and go into one of my vehicles, because ammo never stays anywhere, it always stays with me. Container of containers. Beautiful. Okay. Yeah, I like this place. It's organized very well now. This is one of my best field bases right now. The only thing it's missing is a sensible food situation. I have been mulling over. I have been doing a lot of mulling when it comes to potentially going back to Phallus Lake and doing a spring planting. It's only the beginning of March, so I can afford to wait a little bit while I think about that. But as March comes to a close, we get closer and closer to the point where I need to make a decision on that. And it is now 2300. That is my bedtime. I will have a quick bite of beef jerky to deal with the hunger right now. And we'll get our first sleep. And now let's get some of the stuff out of the trunk here that doesn't need to be there. So I do like carrying around these floodlights. They're battery powered, which means if I have the combat truck with me, I just take out the floodlights and I instantly have AoE lighting. So really good for night fighting. And propane and steel. That is. I might put that back in the not too distant future here. Where did I get this firefighter axe? I didn't take it out of the kit of the truck. Did I take it out of the ambulance? No. I must have found it. Okay. Cool. I got another axe. Threaten me with a good time. That's going in the car. I'm a firefighter, so an axe is not just a tool. It is a fantastic backup weapon. Oh, I forgot about this. I got the inmates road sign here. Because it is a agriculture item, it has to be placed in grass, or does it? No, I can put it... Okay, maybe not. I'll put it there for now, but I might do something with it later. bunch of variety stuff back here. Let's deal with all that. I think some of this, actually a lot of that we found on the road here. We're clearing the roadblock. I'm going to turn this hiking backpack into an RTB bag. So that means it should go somewhere nice and conspicuous, like right here in the middle. And this dye, baseball cap. I don't think we're going to find much of a niche for the Shema, given as we're having problems with body heat generation. I think everything else can stay local. Technically, gas cans are water containers. Let's get back on the milk here. How's our... Ooh, we're at 75 kilo. Yeah, 75 kilo. That's a sign we need to start gaining weight again. So instead of refilling all my fountain cups full of cow's milk, we've got some butter here. We're going to start cooking for ourselves. Getting some deja vu. Nora also needed to go into a weight gain phase as she arrived here at Rosewood. I'm going to start out strong by eating one of these full boxes of cereal here. A little bit overkill, but that is the calorie-dense thing that I have the highest quantity of right now. So that immediately took us out of weight loss, which means we are now somewhere between 0 and 1,000 calories. I'm going to hold on to some chips for backup eating. These are all locally sourced chips. Meanwhile, I need something basic to use this butter, lard, and margarine with. The perfect thing would be some beans or whatever. You know, something heavy duty with the beans or macaroni. We can find some of that if we just go down to Gigamart. Gigamart is right down to the south. Let us visit the gig. Two-time scope can go in there. The Gigamart is probably going to be Swiss cheese, full of holes of zombies breaking in and out, because we had to... Zombies probably got pulled through the building in large quantity when our bombing in the parking lot down here. Yeah, that one right there to the right. Surprisingly, the front of the building is... It's only got one hole in it. So we're just going to target things we can use in recipes, such as canned food, or things that can be added to recipes that are calorie dense, like butter, margarine, lard, that kind of stuff. Fuck! God damn it! Son of a bitch! Make some fucking noise, you... I'll get the blood flowing. I don't recall hearing any mouth breathing. If there was, I missed it. I also labored under the delusion that anybody left in here would have come outside a long time ago. But then you get bitches like that right there. Now this room, there were a lot of them in here. But this was also the closest where we were doing a lot of shooting, so we should have brought them all outside, or reasonably so. Mostly canned food I've noticed in these backroom boxes. But hey, look at that. Look at that. I was split peas, white beans. That's already what we need right there. Yeah, I'm just going to hit these boxes and then those cooled shelves, and then we're out of here for tonight. We don't need to loot the whole place, just what we need. We can come back later and loot the whole place if we want, but I would like to focus on clearing the zombies out of town before we worry too much about that. 4 boxes of sorted ammo. Oh, right, yeah. I remember being thoroughly disappointed in that when I hit it on Nora. Actually, when I went to the Rosewood prison, I tried to sneak in early on this character. Like we stopped by and we tried to do a little bit of a maneuver to get in there without fighting everybody. It partially worked, but there were too many coming out of the building, so we gave up on that. We will go back and finish what we started. However, the target always was a couple of unique armor pieces that are kind of hard to find elsewhere. The thigh guards and shin guards that you get from riot control gear. You can find those in the guardhouse of the prison there. And I think that's what you're talking about there with the shelves of police gear. That it is a bit chunky. The thigh guards are 2.0 encumbrance each, which that always sussed me out when I tried to make them fit in my seats. I think I might be able to make it work, but that's a chunky ask right there. Especially once I should have made a coat of plates already. At some point, maybe during or after the clearing of Rosewood here, at some point I'm going to go back to Phallus Lake and plant a few targeted spring crops. And then, while we're back there, I'm going to make a coat of plates. I should have done that. Should have done that a minute ago. And food can go under the coffee machine. And then large form next to it. So we do have 3 large form food items, and we'll start cracking into those tomorrow morning. It's actually great that we found some milk bottles here. We will be able to use that to help maintain weight gain after we get our fat bomb. Alright, second sleep is a go. It looks like we're going to have fog today. Yep. That's okay. I'm not going to let that stop me from doing the bombing later. Yeah, it's not going to stop me. We'll do what we got to do here. So, let us make a... And, of course, there is still water on the floor outside, so I'm going to close and reopen the game after we... I've already gotten started making this stew, so we're going to make a stew first and then do that. We're going to do 2 helpings of each of the 3 heavy forms we got. So 2 of the kidney beans, 2 of the white beans, and then 2 of the split peas. Butter stick that's already used. I'm going to leave that in the bottom of the list. I think that means I'll use that. No, that just means it... There we go. Okay, yeah. Good. So this should be an amazingly chunky stew. All 6 slots are filled with heavy form beans, and it's got butter, margarine, and lard. That is some chunk right there. Maximum chunk. And we're still not in weight loss. We already got out of it after eating the whatchamacallit. After eating the box of cereal last night. Now this is going to come out to be extremely chunky in the hunger reduction department. I don't care. We're overeating so that we can get the calories in our system. So that did put us into weight gain, but it's going to be a little while before we hit rapid, if we even hit rapid. I'm not going to be eating straight up sticks of butter for now. I just want to maintain my calories in weight gain, which should not be too hard now that we have all those beans to work with. Okay, I'm going to close and reopen the game because all this water on the floor has been here for almost like 8 hours now since it stopped raining. Yeah, that means it's glitched. So quitting to main menu is not good enough. You have to quit all the way out of the game, and then you have to relaunch it in order for it to go away and stay away. One could call it sticky water. I'm liking the thumbnail. I'm liking it. It is not inaccurate. We just haven't armored up yet. It's also eating up VRAM, so. Alrighty. Good riddance to the water on the floor. And let us begin. Yeah, we are fit to deploy. This is pretty thick. This is pretty thick. Let's see what we can get done, though. I keep forgetting that's not happening right there. That is definitely not happening. Early game, there's a nice open field there. You can swing your way through a little bit. Or the trees are lighter, but now there's all these stupid little trees that pop up everywhere. I think we've reached 100% erosion. I don't know, though. I remember hearing somebody say something about it taking 90 days now. Definitely way over 90 days, but, oh, I left my weapons on the floor. That is, glad I caught it now. Let's go put my weapons on. That's another problem with the floor, being so ugly. I didn't replace the whole floor, I only replaced the kitchen and the makeshift bedroom area. When the floor is that ugly, those floorboards, it's kind of hard to see my weapons on the floor. Yeah, see, look at that with the big ugly mark on the floor right there. It's like it almost blends in. My sword is actually, let's go ahead and replace that. We made lots of swords before we deployed, so this sword has served its purpose. It is now below halfway integrity. I'm not interested in using it any further because that means I'm just using it at reduced damage. In the trunk of the ambulance, we have a duffel bag for blades. Just put a new one on my belt. How's my machete doing? It's alright, it just needs a sharpen. Oh, I left the silly truck running again. It's very quiet, so I didn't hear it. But we did put gas in it, so it's going to continue running until we... Wait, what? Thought I left it running. Maybe it stopped. Well, the battery's close enough to being good, so never mind. They want us to take off the heavy insulation when resting. I mean, fuck you. I mean, we didn't need more tedium. Honestly, this is an example of a system that was pretty good. It did not need to get messed with. I've talked about this before, but the body heat system in this game, as it was, the only adjustment that I could see them doing that actually made sense would be maybe nerfing how much body heat was produced. Because right now, body heat, you produce so much that you don't really need to worry about ever getting cold in the winter. Once you find a couple of extra layers, you're good. But, I don't know. I don't know, man. I just work here. This is going to be a little complicated. I'll try a maneuver here. Goal is to get everybody who was in the middle of the road over here, slightly over to the side. There we go. Now we can get past them this way. We also just kind of want to gather the area. Trying to keep my eyes peeled for survivor homes. Nothing's jumping out of me here. I think we've already passed the two-story houses. We're not blaring the siren just yet. I just want to gather the locals out of their hidey holes closer to the street. I remember where we had the bomb planted. It is on the other side of the big wooden fence in this area. So in a perfect world, we need to get them to go around the fence. I had talked about making some holes in it. I'm probably not gonna do that. I think I know of a way to deal with them without having to cut holes in the fence. I'm gonna go ahead and fire up the light bar, which means I'm turning down the game's volume a little bit. Hey, Lewis. Good morning. We're getting prepared for a bit of a kaboom here. And the reason I'm driving off-road is so that wherever possible, their congregation will move in the direction of not in the middle of the road. Not always a foolproof plan, but it works. See, the edge of the fence that I'm talking about is actually parallel to this road. This road connects to the crossroads up here. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Accelerated a little too fast there. Alright. I'm going to try to make use of the church parking lot as much as I can here, because that will actually help tremendously with getting a crowd of them to go around the fence. I might even be able to go around behind the rectory. That's going to be pushing it a little bit, though. You know, they were talking about other gameplay balances with High Thirst. I wonder if that's one of them. That would be friggin' wild. If I wanted to go behind the rectory, I would need to probably want to nudge this vehicle out of the way a little bit. Yeah, okay, I can do that. I'm sure Father will forgive me, all things considered. This is a very tight fit, but it will work. Remember, vehicles are only 2 tiles wide, so if you know how to thread the needle right. I don't usually recommend taking the risk, but, yeah. So for anybody joining, just to reiterate the plan, we want to get as many zombies as we can out of the residential zone of Rosewood here, and we want to bring them to where we've got a pipe bomb already set up and waiting. That is on the other side of town, though. And we need to dodge this stupid double tall fence over here. It's over here on the left side of the screen, that one right there, behind the houses. We need to get this group around that fence. So we're going to have to make copious use of the church here. Oh, man. Okay, I don't know if this is at the behest of the new game director, but whenever I think game director, I think the buck stops with him. And so I feel like the fact that they've talked about giving more points to High Thirst without actually talking about those other balance changes. I saw that in my indie dev senses started tingling right there. What do they mean by that? And I think we might start noticing here what they actually mean by that. Okay, so now what I do is go around this way and use the rectory again, because I think I can get away with, yeah, if I go like this, I can double back and get some more out of the residential zone. That is what I want to do. Every zombie that comes out of the residential zone right now is another one we don't have to deal with later. Yeah, look at how quiet it is down here, boys. I think we got the group from over here. Beautiful. Now we just gotta navigate this. This is gonna be interesting. I think we can. Yeah, we'll just use the rectory again. I think we got this. It's thanks to the church not having very many ways through it on this side. Oops, I probably shouldn't have done that. Tried to take that turn a little too tightly. Yeah, we'll just use Gigamart here. Alright, so now, all I gotta do is set it to 5 miles an hour on cruise. They can all hear me. They don't need to see me. They know exactly where I am, and they're headed towards me at their usual slow pace. And I'm going to even probably loop around a bit here to give them maximum amount of room. You know what I'm even going to do? This fast shambler here who's fucking up my time. I'm going to shoot her ass. Because otherwise, I won't be able to loop around as easily. There we go. Oh yeah, no, they. I think Ranzera. I think what they're talking about when they talked about balance changes with High Thirst, I think what that means is they've come up with new and improved ways of making you shed water so that the high thirst hits you even more. That's what I'm kind of starting to feel like. We'll have to see if that's actually the case, or maybe I'm just overestimating the impact. All right, 5 miles an hour again. Nudge that guy out of the way. I think we'll be able to get the vast majority of the residential crowd now. We're also going to get plenty from the gated community up here, and I'm here for it. It does seem like they're not getting stuck on the fence, and that's a good thing. I lied. I shouldn't have fucking... At the moment I opened my mouth. The moment I opened my friggin' mouth. So we can actually see the spot where I have my pipe bomb planted now. If anybody was not here earlier, I'm going to mark it real quick. This right here, this lamppost on this side that got highlighted green, that is where we have the pipe bomb. So what we're doing now is just pulling everybody into this parking lot, and we're looping back a little bit to keep the attention of the back line back there. Oh, was this a Survivor Zombie group? They're really tight already. I don't see anybody with a backpack. Yeah, nobody with a backpack that I can see. It sussed me out about how tight that particular group was, coming from the other direction. Fatigued 50%. Whoa, yikes. That's a double yikes right there. The lack of transparency on some of these negative trait things, that's painful. That is painful. I don't mind if they make, you know, freakazoid traits that make you really, really, really hard to deal with, but just tell us up front. Yeah, this is going to be good. I think we've got most of the middle group now. What I'm going to do, though, is we're going to get Zeds from the other direction now, because the residential crowd was only supposed to be part of what we were going to work with here. So I'm actually going to abandon them briefly. Not for very long, but we never managed to get many people from this side of town, and that's what I want to do next. See how we've got the police department crowd here? We don't want them getting stuck on the fence, so I'm going to go around in front of the building here. If I kind of chill right here, anybody who is on the other side of the fence in the back there should know how to get around to us. Perhaps it'll be even easier for them if I line of sight myself. Biggest threat until they get to me is going to be this guy right here, and then anyone like him. That was a lucky shot. At that distance, at this time of year, localized entirely in front of my police department? Keep a bucket of water with you. I sincerely hope that they dial back the intensity of some of those changes. Okay, look at this. Speaking of changes, you see all these guys to the south here who are coming up to the fence, but now they're going around it instead of attacking it? That's new. They previously, in previous builds of the game, they would just all be standing there slapping the fence. I'm so happy to see them going around it. Now we're starting to get the crowds merge. Some fast shamblers from the previous crowd have already made their way down past the courthouse. That's a cop zombie with a shotgun. I have a shot. I'm going to try to take it. Got her. God, I love this 357. We're getting pretty good shots considering it is foggy that much. Alright, I'm going to park down here for a moment. try to get the guys from behind the fire department fence. Some of them are taking a really long time here. Now I really wish I had sledgehammered part of the fence. It's not too late. I might be able to do it. Okay, I'm gonna, this is a bit of a risk. I'm gonna try it. I got a sledgehammer in here. Just putting it in my hands. Nope, I can't do it. Too many fast shamblers from the north have come down. It was a fire drake from the north. If I pull them this way, I might be able to create an opening for myself. We need about 5 seconds, but I usually like to give a little bit more than that. 5 seconds is usually enough for a fast shambler to reach quite a bit of distance. Okay, so what I'm going to do is move up and then back up so that my driver's side door is on the side of the fence that I need to be out. So here we go. Got it. Got it. Oh, shit. I'm good at this. Whew. All right. Let's put that sledge away. Back into my glove compartment. Glove compartment sledgehammer. Welcome to Project Zomboid. We have fun here. The courthouse doesn't have very much in terms of entrances and exits. On the side that we need them to be in. Would have been a good spot for a shotgun blast, but we ain't got no shotgun yet. I refuse to touch it. So we're just going to spend a little bit more time down here, give them a chance to use that hole in the fence we made. While also making sure we don't let them get bunched up in the police department area. But you see how they're all pathing towards the hole? It's fantastic. Gonna try to line of sight them so that they don't start attacking the fence. Beautiful. Setting it for 5 here. Reminds me, I got to steal that scene from Interstellar, where Murph is half asleep, and she's like, "Didn't you bring your bolt cutters?" And then I'm gonna cut to that scene of Cooper crying. Wire cutters. What is this? 7 Days to Die? I think we've got our crowd now. This is basically at least 2/3 of Rosewood right here on us. Yeah, makes sense. Is that one of those? I don't know if the Common Sense mod was updated to continue working. But were bolt cutters ever implemented as part of the Common Sense mod? If not, they should have been, because that feels like common sense right there. If you can cut a bolt, you can cut a fence. Gonna loop back around them really quick to make sure we've got no backliners waiting for us. Yeah, there's a few backliners up here. I don't have to wait for every single slow shambler. It looks like we're gonna have all day fog. I just hope it doesn't. I mean, it probably will. That's almost everybody. There's a couple. I don't really care about them. We got almost everybody, and that's enough for me. See, the reason I'm still thinking about the fog, it's not that I can't handle the corralling them. I can corral them while the fog's still around, but I cannot, getting out and shooting them to finish them off is something I would like the fog to be gone for. I watched a couple of videos of border collies in action with their sheep. It was a Scottish guy in the Highlands. It was some beautiful, beautiful, beautiful scenery. But he used these commands, away, away, and he would tell them to lay down when he wants them to stop moving. That was really interesting to see the specific vocal commands he had to use. So they're trained to, the dogs, of course, they need, if you want a dog to hear you from a long distance, it's got to be like a unique word. Can't be something that'll they could confuse with a different word. Oh, this guy with the axe in his back. Let's see if we can nail him. He's close enough to the middle. Nope. Can't do it. Shit. Yeah, I tried. Actually, when we kill him, the axe should just be sticking right up, so it shouldn't be too hard to notice. Yep, I don't think we're in Shadow Zed territory, but we're definitely well over a couple of hundred here. And I think we're starting to get in the direction of critical mass. Yeah, this is the last of the group. So once these guys are in past the tree line here, we'll have critical mass. Go ahead and set it for 5 again here. I hate that when you're reloading, you can't fucking hit the brakes. That is the stupidest thing about the changes they made to reloading while driving. I understand completely if they make it so you can't hit the gas. But what they're doing right now is leaving it in the same state that the vehicle was already in. So if you start reloading and you had your foot on the gas, your foot stays on the gas. And you keep accelerating until you either finish reloading or fucking hit escape. It's really stupid. It's really fucking stupid. There is nothing about reloading a gun that's going to stop me from being able to put my foot on a fucking brake. I say this as somebody who, well, I don't want to incriminate myself. I regularly do certain things while you're driving, without ever missing a beat. I've never once had an accident, knock on wood. I've not even been close. It's not difficult at all to keep your foot, move your foot from one thing to another. If it was, then we wouldn't be able to drive as human beings. The bomb is right here, Gummifoot. It is right here. So what we've been doing is we've been kind of like, you know, pulling them up out of this area to the bottom right of the screen. Pulling them up and kind of doing a big wide circle around so that we can get the last of the group here. This is the last of the group, so we have critical mass now. Critical mass means I can circle the group in its entirety. And once I'm able to circle them, we are able to condense the group into a nice, tight little circle over the correct spot. For anybody joining, welcome. This is a pipe bomb operation, remote pipe bomb. We, just 2 parts ago, we managed to secure the recipe for pipe bombs, and then we grinded to electrical 6 so we can make remotes. It would be amazing if I could get them to come past that tree line. You know what? I don't care about this one on the other side. We have critical mass. Real critical mass this time. Call me a window pane because we've got condensation. I've recently learned that you don't want to let them get too close, because when they get too close, that's when they start doing that thing where they have to retarget you. And that causes them to peel off outside of the group. So if you actually keep a little bit of distance, then I'm going to manually control this. Got the UI prepped. Let's get our finger on the trigger. Oh, we got him, boys. Oh, we got him. You know, it's not, we're not getting good kills because of the fog, but you know what? I'll take it. It knocks him down. It's good enough for me. Fantastic. Friggin' clockwork. I love it. I love it. And that was only 20 bullets worth of gunpowder to make that bomb. That's right there, ladies and gentlemen, is what I like to call efficiency. I'm going to put the remote controller back into the trunk here. Alright, and straggler cleanup time. Here, one to my north as well. Where? Behind the building, probably? Yeah. I hate building culling right now. Call that guy Edward Cullen because he was abusing the culling. Oh yeah, no, we will definitely have to look around for the axe. I think I got new filters in my... Yes, I got fresh filters in my respirator, so we are clear to run in there and deal with the stench as needed. Alright, turning up the volume again so that I can hear any mouth breathers approaching me. Never get tired of that sound. I'm just going to ignore that. I will save the respirator mask for when I start to get an immune response build up here. We never nailed the guy with the axe. So he was most likely part of the group. I see a garden handle, garden shovel handle there. What do we got here? Something is sticking out to me here. I think it's a backpack. Firefighter pants, broken. That is still useful for aramid thread. Small backpack, bloody. There's a cop. I think I hear somebody to the south. See another cop here. Nothing. Yeah, this is absolutely a job for proximity inventory. If I was into mods, that would definitely be one of the top of the list there. A lot of the cops here don't seem to have guns, just leftover bullets. A black beret. I'll take a black beret. I wish there was... You know what? Let's open the crafting menu and see if there is... anytime an axe is going to be in a zombie's back, it's most likely going to be... damaged in some way. Either it needs to be sharpened, or the handle is, not as perfect. Very rarely is an axe perfect. So what I can do is check the crafting menu to see if there is anything capable of being fixed or sharpened. There it is. Beautiful. Okay, so I'm going to click the button to fix it, and she's going to put it in her inventory, and then I'm just going to cancel the fix. Perfect. Don't need no proximity inventory. It's stupid, but there's a way to do it in the base game without having to trawl through every single corpse. Oh, speaking of bugs. Hello, lady. You missed the party. This is one of those teen takeovers of the local parking lot. Except there's no teens. And everybody's dead now. No, the only problem is it wouldn't work, of course, if the axe was perfect condition, which I think I have seen at least once. I've seen a perfect condition axe in a zombie. But it doesn't happen as often. It usually has something wrong with it. Either the sharpness is a little low or the, whatchamacallit, handle. Now, I was only able to do that particular recipe because I happen to have zip ties on me. So, I'm actually, that's good incentive. I'm going to start carrying around zip ties in my fire truck. as part of my bombing kit, so I can do stuff like that in the future. I should just do a garbage bag of soda here. Maybe a backpack full of it. Dismantle tool. That needs a crafting surface, as far as I know. So I'd have to carry around a cardboard box. Yes, I do always carry around a hammer. I'm not opposed to carrying around a cardboard box for corpse dismantling. I used to do that all the time. And then for a little while there, they removed our ability to pull from corpses in the crafting menu. But now they had to give it back because of the multiplayer update. Because the way the multiplayer update works, you basically have to scan all inventories around you, and then you have to manually pick things up. So I think they were okay with adding it back, because of the fact that people were using the crafting menu to bypass the sadness of having to pick things up off the corpses. But now that the crafting menu forces you to pick everything up, I think they're okay with it. Is an annotated map in a... Really? Okay. I guess Megan is one of them. We're looking at the house farthest of the two houses across the school. This is in West Point. There it is. Yeah, that is... so that's the second one we found in West Point. Excellent. I don't know... That's got to be some kind of a glitch, finding that in the maps container on a frickin' gas station magazine rack. That feels like a bit of a glitch. Look at that. I actually did take a little bit of trunk damage. This thing had a perfect trunk, and now it's down to 139, so it took like one trunk hit. I think that was more recent, too. I hear some mouth breathing. Hello there. That's normal, quote unquote. I think the reason that we saw that happen... I think the reason we saw that happen is because it is, the item's name is base.westpoint map. So that tells me that somebody, without thinking about it very much, who's doing loot tables, probably looked at the loot table and was like, yeah, let's put a West Point map. Has a chance to spawn there. That's my theory right now. I don't want to make it sound like I'm too salty about people who don't play the game, who are making editorial decisions about it. But I'm a little. I've never liked the fact that you get programmers working on games who don't like playing the game they're working on. And I know there's a few people. The Indie Stone is a small team, but I know that they've hired a few people. I don't know for sure if they've hired people like that. I'm going to take this dehydrated meat stick out of here and put the zip ties in, because that is a tool worthy of my permanent kit. These shelves look empty, but they're not. There's just no visual for them when they're full. Magazine racks actually have loot in them now. Yeah, sure, I'll take some of this. With the Dr. Oids and the pinball machine, both of those will match our green aesthetic. I hear somebody mouth breathing, but I don't see somebody. They could either be upstairs or right around the corner. I think they're going to be upstairs. Yeah, because we got a broken window upstairs. So either somebody is still up there and they didn't flip out, or they were in the blind spot over there somewhere. In either case, very successful day. I wanted to hit the salon too, see if we can find some more rare hair colors, but I will do that as an overnight task perhaps, because we've got a big full shipment now. I swear this citrus poster is one of the strangest decorations ever. It blocks the placement of so many other strange things that don't really make sense for it to block. I'm going to put it in that corner. That's not a bad spot. I'm sure I'll change my mind later. Let's do the pinball machine right here. And let's do the arcade to the left of electrical up here. Yeah, I kind of like it. At least for now. I might want to do, so the slurp burp machine with the silly stash layered over top of it. You know what? Can I delete that? Yes. Normally I wouldn't feel inclined to do that, but it's ugly. I hate it. Don't need it there anymore. We already extracted all the good loot out of it. We are now in rapid weight gain. That is excellent. We might not need another one of those super stews. We might not need another one for a minute. Super secret stash. Super secret stash, man. Alright, and now we just want to go get the loot out of the fire truck. Disassemble those. I do want to keep the axe back there until I... we've got an axe in the field kit of the... all three of my major vehicles now. So this, quite literally, is just a spare axe then. So it can stay here. That extinguisher stays in there, of course. That is a extinguisher for if I happen to use a bomb that involves fire and needs to be put out. Okay, that is all of the non-essentials out of the trunk of the fire truck. I don't think I left anything on passenger. Nope. Alright, we are. Fire truck is cleaned out. Locally sourced guns can go over here. I'm going to put the riding helmet in there with the guns because that is a, that's an armor item. Respirator filters that have been recharged once already. I don't think you can recharge them again. I'm not 100% sure on that. specific bag here for empty 9mm mags. I've been putting my loose ammo nowhere special, really. Current coffee is not consumed yet. In the back of my brain meat, I'm still thinking about our crop situation and potentially going back to Phallus Lake for more crops. Yeah, all loose ammo can go in here with the guns for now. It's a bit of a going back on my policy there, but I think we can make it work. Let's pull the aramid thread from these firefighter pants because they are broken. Can into the RTB bag. More bottles of soda. This is going to fill up. Our soda container is literally going to fill up. I mean, our cookware container is going to fill up too. Actually, as an overnight task, I'm going to go ahead and dump these plastic bottles of water into my... just put it into my rain barrel. Zacto, how's it going? We've done one good pipe bomb so far today, and I'm looking forward to doing more once we are done with Rosewood. We've basically cleared out most of Rosewood's population. All that's left is going to be some loot operations. Water is water. In this universe, bottled water is not anything special. I can't wait for the game update where we have to start worrying about whether there's sediment in the water. Otherwise, we'll underhydrate ourselves. Okay, as an overnight task, I am going to go ahead and go visit the... This sledgehammer belongs to the ambulance, so I'm going to do that first. Sledgehammer cannon to ambulance, and then we're going to go visit the hair salon. I never did peep the engine quality on this thing. See what it's worth. 79. As far as the bull driver goes, right down the middle. It's about average. Brakes and sus are regular, tires regular. A very average vehicle. But it's got an empty trunk, that's what I need right now. Oh, food. Gotta figure out a food solution real quick. Probably gonna do chips. Yeah, we just fell out of weight gain. So, or not weight gain, but, we just fell out of, rapid weight gain. So tomorrow morning I will definitely need to, make some more chunk stew. We'll probably not have enough time to actually clean out the loot in the police department. But we've got an empty trunk, so we can pick up whatever we want right now. Yeah, water going stale in the pipes is definitely going to be a thing. One of the things of all time. Below freezing with wind chill. Gonna use my headlights here. Checking back rooms before we... I hear somebody to the left. I hate this left-right shit. Let's just go. Bathroom here. Okay. Fuck you. Jump scare motherfucker. Checking for stragglers real quick. Still hear somebody groaning. So I'm going to take hairspray, but I'm not going to bring it forward. It's just going to stay here at my local base. We should not have too strong of a need for aerosol bombs, even though we can make them now. Hair dye. A couple of them are rare. I'm not seeing anything that's really going to help us with the correct color of hair. And yes, there is an objectively correct color of hair, but it takes... I don't think it's possible without some solid red, or something very close to solid red. There's a strange sense of additiveness to the mixing. Like, it seems like it's partially RGB additive, which is not how dyes work at all. But it's something I can work with. Look at this. We got pink, blonde, and dark brown. Probably not anything I can work with, but we've got more options. More options now than we ever have before. That's a dark brown. Hairspray doesn't have any use other than it's a precursor for aerosol can bombs. That's the aerosol can that you're using in the bomb. You can use insect repellent or hairspray, but you can also use it to dye your hair. And we got some black dye here. So should just do a garbage bag of hairspray. Ooh, blue hair dye. Okay, we're getting closer. We're getting closer to something I can work with. We've got... Yeah. That's that. Okay. I think out loud too much there. We'll figure it out. So we've got black and white hair dye. Shades like those are, you can use them to, it'll subtract saturation from any mixture in addition to changing the shade. So that's not going to help me too much because I need a very rich color. Yeah, it's not going to help us much. Okay, that is every container in the salon. You know what? Sure. Pick another paint bucket. Except for... Haha! Look at that, more hair dye. Hell yeah. Now, here's something that I've wanted to do for a long time. I have always wanted to... On the other side of the street. I've always wanted to steal the little whirly. You can take it now! Oh, you can take the barber pole! Yes! Oh, thank you, devs. Thank you. Thank you. I have been wanting to take that since B41. This game is officially getting better, folks. It is getting better. Unambiguously. Objectively, measurably. Get out of those fucking trees. I saw that tree shake. Oh, maybe it's just the wind, actually. Must have been the weather. 10 out of 10, game of the year. Would set up my own salon again. And the only reason that I thought to test that is because they also made it so that we can pick up the hairdryers now. For the longest time, we couldn't do that either. All right, second bedtime is upon us, but we are coming home with some great stuff. Yeah, absolutely. No, that you don't understand how much I enjoy the little things in this game. It feels like it feels like if you enjoy the little game or the little things in a game like this, you can endless entertainment, endless. So that means our Spiffo sign is going to be relocated because we've got a nice spot for a salon now. I'm just going to put the Spiffo sign out back. This is interesting. It's actually layering over top of the vines. I'm actually making good use of the fact that the Spiffo sign layers on top of everything. Now that we have a dedicated salon, we can actually move the mirror there. Wait, where did the mirror go? Oh, I left it on the floor because the mirror is a double parter. Yeah, the mirror is the big mirror that I was thinking of. It's a double parter. So what it does when you try to pick it up, it puts both parts on the floor, even though it's really lightweight. I'll use this in the meantime. That's sufficient for now. Now, I also brought a wheeled stool. We'll figure that out after our sleep. We're about an hour late for bed here. So let's get our second bedtime. You know, KTO, you make a good point, but also remember, I'm not just a Zomboid player, I'm a Sims player. And the fact that there are so many things you can do in this game that you can't do in any of the Sims games. Mine bottled. Mine absolutely bottled. I gotta go play the zombie survival super hardcore realistic game in order to do things that I can't do in my cozy life simulator. All right, we picked up some extra hair dryers and stuff. Those are just for electrical parts. I was hoping to get another battery. Oh, here's a Value Tech radio. We can dismantle that. Give me that battery. My angle-headed flashlight is almost dead. Get ahead of that. Now, regrettably, as much as I do like the chair where it's at, this chair of all chairs actually does block your movement. So I do got to put it a little closer to the, just so it's not blocking my movement. I need a flow to my base, and in this particular situation, the flow is a little bit more important. So the barber pole and the wheeled metal stool. Paint bucket is for car washing when it fills up. The wheeled metal stool is actually going to be for the kitchen, so that I can, apparently we have to sit down while reading now. I hope this is sufficient. So when I want to read something while cooking. Are you what? You what, mate? You're telling me I can put the barbershop decoration in front of window? Okay. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I like it. I'm going to swap the hairdryer and the tool counter here. Oh, shit. Okay. Apparently it conflicts. What if I put the tool counter first? Damn. Damn, that sucks. Okay, well, damn. That really sucks. That really sucks. It doesn't conflict with the hairdryer though. Wow, oh, the hairdryer conflicts with it. What's going on here? Yeah, I don't get that. There's some weird stuff going on with some of this. Okay, so let's try the. You can put the salon chair where it was. I would have liked it better the other way around, but we can't put the mobile tool counter underneath it, so this is fine. And I'll just, yeah, there we go, for now. Now, we've got a lot of hair dye here. Let's sort the colors. We've got these are anything that has anything close to light red in it, which is all pink. Got a purple, closer to the blue, and then we've got a straight up blue. And then we've got two dark browns, which are sort of kind of technically red, but very, 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 very desaturated. So these lighter browns right here. Of course, a lighter brown is the closest that I'll get to an orange in the current paradigm. A darker brown is more or less useless for the current purpose. And then we've got our yellows here, blondes, and then shades, which are, again, probably not going to be too useful because they will subtract saturation from anything we mix them in, so we'll put them at the extremes here. Now, one of the problems with the the dye as is in these containers is everything is darkened by quite a bit when they're in these containers. The hair dye containers don't accurately show the color. So we've got a couple of plastic bottles here. After emptying them into the emptying the water into the barrel. So I'm going to start with the reddest of the reds over here. I think this one here at the top. And then the reddest of the dark browns, which I believe... I can't make heads or tails of that. I can't tell which of those is got more red in it. This one is lighter, though. So I'm going to start with that. And what we're going to do is we're going to do like a ratio of 3 to 2, maybe? Yeah, so we're going to put 300 milliliters of this light brown into a plastic bottle. And then we're going to do 500 of the pink, and I want to see what that comes out to look like. I'm sorry, 200 of the pink. Okay. That did have the effect of making it redder. Unfortunately, there's a teeny bit of blue in the mix, and I don't know if there's much I can do about that. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I put it in the... Yeah, I put it in the hair dye bottle itself. Let's try that again. Hair dye plastic bottle. Okay. So now we're looking at a... we're going to break out Photoshop for this. Yes, I know. 4 p.m. All right, so what are we looking at here? It does look very orange, but there's going to be some blue in it. Blue polluting my orange. Ooh, 55 blue. That's too much. That's too much. I don't think we can use pink, guys. I really don't. I don't think we can use pink. Yeah. I mean, I can delete the blue, but that would delete all color. Basically, if I were to add some white to it, it would be the equivalent of taking the saturation slider here in the Photoshop color picker. Adding white would be the equivalent of doing this. And that's not accomplishing anything. It's not. Adding black would be the equivalent of doing this. And that's just turning it brown. That's just turning it brown, browner and browner to the point where the difference between that and this other hair dye that's already dark brown is not really there. Now, adding some yellow or some blonde, the lighter blonde, would probably not accomplish much either. That would just make it go up in the general this way direction, if I'm not mistaken. Probably actually not that direction, because blonde is sort of like this golden yellow here, so it would kind of be going up like this. Yeah, that doesn't help anything with the blue. It does not solve the blue problem. I don't think there's any way to get the blue out of here without... Yeah. Okay, well. We don't have it yet. We don't have the correct hair color yet. Now, whenever you put it in a plastic bottle, it also kind of gets a little closer to what you're actually going to see on your head when you dye it. And we're going to swatch test that really quick. Said we're going to... There we go. Of course, that looks more like a dark brown. But it's going to be like somewhere in between these two things here. If I just overlay it, straight up overlay it. No, that's not it. See, that's still a bit of a darker brown. What if we lighten that up just a little bit? Because the blue content isn't as bad in this mixture. If we assume that what we see in the color, or rather the liquid color here, we have to assume that the liquid color is a little bit lighter than what's actually going to be in our showing up in our head. I'm going to try adding a little bit of blonde. I want to see what happens. We should also be, while we're doing this, we need some food cooking. Let's go ahead and get some food prepped. The hell? I tried to create a soup and now it doesn't work. There we go. I guess I stepped too far away. It's just going to be a soup this time. We don't need stew. Stews just take longer to cook. Difference being, stews can do certain types of meat that the soup doesn't get hot enough to cook properly. So it takes longer to cook a stew, but you can add a little bit more to it. Alright, so we'll just have that cooking while we're doing this. And the lighter of the two blondes, we're going to just feather that in a little bit, just like 100 milliliters at a time. Boys, I think we're getting a little closer. I'm going to do 100 more. You know, that might be something acceptable. I'm going to go for it. What's our soup at? It's not even halfway yet. I think we have time to dye the hair. Yeah, I'm going to drop these 3 over here, because that's what I use to mix it. At this point, I feel like I'm willing to take the risk, right? If it's not perfect, then it's going to be close. And I mean, you know, absolute worst case scenario, we've got black hair dye, we can go straight back to what it was. Oh, I kind of like it. It's a little dark, but I like it. I do kind of like it. Yeah, it's a little dark. Someday we'll find some red and we'll be able to make a lighter version of that, but that's really good. That's really good. I like that a lot. And now we have a very lovely stew to go with, or soup to go with that. And that brought us back into rapid weight gain. Beautiful. Oh, hell yes. It's glorious. Okay. I'm feeling very pretty right now. I'm going to put all of the hair dye that we didn't use into a garbage bag here. And the hair dye we did use for that mixture can go onto the table next to the actual bottle. Just so that they're separated. There's a small part of me that wants to style the hair a little bit, but I'm going to leave it as is for now. Because I think it looks good for the immediate moment. Especially when we get towards summer and I won't be able to wear the jacket. Well, I'll probably be able to still wear the jacket, but I'm going to want to start thinking about taking off the hat as we get closer to summer. Alright, that in there. We're good on ammo for the most part. Let's start moving in the direction of the... Dude, there was an objective reason that I picked up some of these things. These straight razors. and the combs and the razors and the hair gel and some of the hairspray. By their powers combined, we can do any hairstyle we want. Some hairstyles require utensils like these. We are definitely getting full over here. That's because I got furniture in here. Let's get that out of. So you have furniture in there. We'll put that in the back. All right, March 4th, 1994. Hey, I'm cool with that, Zacto. Good to know. See, I'm feeling very happy about that because I know that there's during the day I know there's some female Project Zomboid streamers, and the fact that I'm putting well, I mean I don't watch their streams, so I don't know, but if I'm hearing things like that, that means they need to up their game. Maybe somebody needs to tell them that they can actually customize hair dye. That is that's a lot of fun, and I find it very rewarding personally. I know that's I know a few ladies IRL who would probably do the exact same thing. They could play a game like this. So we did have a few people slapping this fence. I'll be real with you guys, I don't really care. We've already confirmed there's no survivor houses right there. Maybe I'll check the garages later, but that's not an immediate priority. We're going to go ahead and deal with anybody in the PD. I'm going to... Just one toot. That's all. Just one toot. If anybody's in the trees nearby or some shit, I would like them to show themselves, like that guy right there. Why did they not come out of the PD earlier when we were blaring a siren down here, I wonder? The world may never know. All right. See? Who knows what column she would have been hiding behind in there. Much better to bring her outside. Luann Hoffman. I just heard Hank Hill's voice. Luann! This was a detective here. Shoulder holster, 38 special. Detective Hatcher. Thank you for your weapon. Now, of course, this doesn't preclude there might be some death's heads in there. What I'm going to do is park my vehicle in front of the side entrance. And I'm just going to put the sledgehammer, which I don't have because I'm an idiot. Yeah, I should have brought one of my sledgehammers. I literally have two. But I'm being pathological about keeping them in the glove compartments of my expedition vehicles. Mission success, I guess. Maybe we'll get lucky and find the keys to the PD. Get the mandatory stuff out of the way. Always got to capture the flag. Now, something that I always feel obligated to mention, these right here, these fluorescent lights on the ceiling, are, as far as I know, some of the only ceiling lights in the game right now. They do not provide too much illumination, but you can drive straight underneath them. And for whenever I'm building custom bases, which is not something I'm doing on this character, But public service announcement for anybody who is. Yeah, Zekto, they do. They only weigh 6, and that can even fit in a race car's glove if I wanted to. But yeah, these actually look pretty good over a garage sort of area. You know what? Let me show you the effect here. Keep your face that way. Got a screenshot here of my last massive custom base that I built on my previous character. Go back in time a little bit here. To my Riverside base. That would be before the expedition there, and there it is. Yeah, here it is. This one shows it at night. So this is my Riverside base on my previous character, Nora the Explora. I like it. I really do. What you're seeing is a little bit conflicting with the floodlights over here on the left. But you can kind of see the floodlight radius of 2. These are 2. The ones above our head right now are 3, triple wide. They come, you pick them up in sets of individuals. So if I were to try to pick this up, this would be a middle piece, and then a left piece, and then a right piece. Unfortunately, you cannot rotate them. So these lights are fixed to go from a, what is that, north to south direction. And meanwhile, like these ones over here, these are fixed to go in an east to west direction up here. So they are fixed, so there's a finite number in each direction. But if you're building your custom bases and you want to have a nice illumination strategy, the Rosewood PD right now is one of the most abundant sources of these. I had a feeling I heard somebody scratching. Is that the bathroom? I think that's the bathroom. And I think that means I don't care. It's not the bathroom. Okay, definitely on this other side then. Ah, there you are. Okay. She did not have the keys to the joint. I think we just found the chief's wife, boys. Aha, there was one here. Anyone struggling to dump bodies out the window with this build? I don't think I've tried this particular build. 42.17. It was working fine as of 42.16.3. But yeah, I have not yet tried this build. Damn, this guy didn't have keys. I think he might have been the last one in the area. And that means I'll check the desks, but I don't know, that's like 1 out of 10 times I check all the desks in the area do I actually store keys. And that might be a generous estimation. I'm always down for glue, though. Even just a portion of a tab. Glue, if anybody's not familiar, glue is a linchpin material to make more of those pipe bombs we did earlier. Remote pipe bombs, specifically. There is no substitute, sadly. It has to be glue. Cannot be epoxy. Cannot be wood glue. Duct tape is also required, but duct tape is... you can definitely find a lot more of that. Okay, we're going to go get the sledgehammer then. Just the front desks really quick. Except there's no inventories in there. I forgot. don't remember if I did check this one. And of course, there is a small possibility that all the zombies over there in the pile over there, maybe one of them has a key ring. I'm not. Just gonna go get my sledgehammer. It's fine. Maybe in the lockers. That's not the worst idea. I actually don't remember exactly where the lockers are, but I don't think we managed to parse that direction. I don't remember if the lockers are behind a sledge or behind a door, security door. I don't think they are. I think there are a couple of doors we did not open. I was in search for that zombie mode. I'm gonna go ahead and attach it on my back and put the heavy weapons away here. Ah, I see. Okay. Gotcha. I do actually want to peek through the lockers because the lockers may have some riot gear. We're probably going to get all the riot gear we could ever ask for from the prison, which we are going to hit. But it's worth doing our due diligence in the meantime. I have been to the bank here before. It does not have a basement with gold bars in it. That is the exclusive privilege of the Riverside Bank and the... where was the other one? I don't remember which other bank. I know the Riverside Bank has a basement with a pallet of gold bricks. So which doors to sledge? If memory serves. This, not a door, but a wall. As you can see, there's the weapons locker. Hey, a cop duffel bag. Very yes. There's 4 shotguns in this duffel bag. Okay, let's make that 5. Let's make that 6. 6 shotguns. Can't fit them. How about 5 shotguns and a couple of handguns? Or just 1, because, yeah. The guys who do the duffel bags in this game really love their shotguns, it seems. Imagine, oh, you know what? I think this one here is technically still evidence. Wait a minute, no. Evidence was on this side, so this... I mean, because cops with a sawed-off shotgun, really? Are you sure about that? That doesn't sound like cops. Maybe these are, maybe the cops here in Rosewood don't fuck around. 5 boxes of 367. Now that, right there, that's a good police department. Basically, I'm turning this garbage bag into a bag that's staying here. Stuff that needs to get distributed elsewhere can go straight into the trunk. That'll help me keep it separated. So what I'm going to do next is, we've got the police department. Well, all right, let's do our diligence. Let's do our diligence. The lockers probably are not behind lock and key here. Oh no, these are regular bathrooms. There's a security room there. What is that? That's the window is broken, so we can check that from the other side. I'm on the wrong side of the building, I think. Lots of bathrooms in this building. I absolutely despise when wall decorations block me on the other side of the wall there. Okay, can't remember if there was another locker room here or not. Yes, there was. There's a flak vest. Steal their lunch. I'm going to take the flak vest and dismantle it before we go, because that's otherwise very heavy. No need to carry that around. Lots of stuff up here, furniture-wise, but I'm not really... No, I think we're good. Janitor's closet. Twine, sure. I would take that sink if I needed one, but I think we're good. Those industrial sinks are the only sink that can be picked up and moved around freely without chance of damaging it. But I think we're good on sinks here. Fully intact police set. Still have not found a way to make Elio Blue work as a wearable, but I have not given up either. You know, because I have the room for it, at least I think I do. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and grab a dispenser too. I don't know if I'll need it. Because usually what I do is when I'm in a weight loss phase, I use dispensers to fill up on milk. But I don't need, I probably will not need to go into a weight loss phase here. We're also pretty close to base though, so... Just need to drop a couple of things and then I can pick it up. Alright, done with the police department. So let's go ahead and mark that along with the fire department. Can mark them both off on the map. Do a general map update here. We have a thriving base, so this gets a nice big B. Hey, Richard, yep, we are at Rosewood there. And we are getting close to being done with town, other than I do want to parse for survivor homes. I didn't see any when we were clearing out residential earlier. We'll take a peek. And simultaneously equipped in both hands, yeah. Well, that's definitely one way of putting down a large field of fire in front of you. I have always wanted to be able to live out my Rick O'Connell fantasy in this game. If not in practice, at least in loadout. And technically speaking, I can get very close. If I sacrifice my Alice Belt and suspenders for a shoulder holster, then yes, I can carry around 2 pistols and 2 revolvers. So I can be Rick O'Connell, technically, but I cannot dual wield the revolvers or the pistols. I think he used, I don't know what he used. I'm not enough of a gun nut to recognize revolvers. I do think he used the 1911s for his handguns. The series was the Mummy, the 1990s version of the Mummy that was set in 1933. So 1911s were around back then, I think. I don't remember. I don't remember because I know that obviously World War II, but was it earlier than that? Currently I am not Zach 2 because the ankle is if I was going to rock something in the ankle slot in addition to everything else that I'm wearing right now, that would put me into stage 2 encumbrance at passive weight. So basically, the ankle holster, when combined with a gun on the back slot, is almost always, regardless of your strength level, which we're strength level 10, that's almost always going to put you into stage 2 encumbrance. Which is, I will not do large fights at stage 2 encumbrance. That's a non-starter for me, because I will get tired. I will get exerted rather from just running around. The simple act of running around will exert me. So it looks like we only got a portion of the residential crowd. So at most, that last pipe bombing that we did near the beginning of this stream, that was probably at most only 3/5 of the population here. 1/5 was hit earlier, and then the final 1/5 is here in this sector. Inlet, that's excessively French, which actually makes sense because he was in the Foreign Legion. Rick O'Connell in the Mummy series, or the only correct Mummy series. Rick O'Connell was a part of the what was he? He was like a leader of some kind. They said he got Benny made the joke that he got promoted, but he didn't say to what rank, so I don't know. But he is yeah, he was French Foreign Legion, so French revolver makes perfect sense. You don't get attention to detail like that in movies these days, unless it's like some silly comic book reference. You almost never get that level of attention to detail. Even then. Okay, so that marks the entire south neighborhood. No survivor houses there. We take a right here. And we head up this direction. I can't remember if this goes all the way around the school or if this dead ends. No, I think this goes all the way around. So you got residential surrounding the school here. But the houses, as you go from like the from the west to the east here, the houses get progressively lower and lower income until they become very, very small by the edge of the neighborhood there. And that means, if there are any survivor homes, we've already missed our chances at the big ones. But I'll take anything. All it takes is one loot container to have aiming volume 4, which we are in desperate need of. Because we are significantly past the halfway point to get to aiming level 6, and when we get there, if we get there, I have to stop shooting for a while until I find the book, because otherwise every shot is like, I don't know, 1/3 as much experience as it could have been. It just doesn't make sense to me. I can't wrap my head around that. We have finite ammunition. We might as well spend it as best we can. Oh, fuck off. That was not a very hard collision. Whatever. Okay, so that means 0 survivor houses in the main part of Rosewood here. The school being looted and trashed is also unfortunate. Now, there are 2 houses down here. They usually have a lot of zombies and very little loot. But let's see what they've got for us this time. If one of them down here is a survivor house, that's a lot of chances for loot containers. Yep, I see a window and it's not boarded up. This one I've got to get very close to because yeah, it's not looted and trashed, but it's also not boarded up, so nothing down here. We're out of here. Yep. I really, really, really do not like the attention span feedback loop that we're in right now. On this very platform to which I'm uploading. Something I could do to get thousands upon thousands of new subscribers would be to just make some silly little shorts, short videos. Just take my live streams and do little clip reels. But I cannot fucking abide the shorts system on this platform. I'm actually okay with not growing my channel if it means I have to resort to participating in the feedback loop of low attention spans. No, I'm not doing it. I don't know if I'll be able to stick to that principle forever, but for now, absolutely. I may someday in the future reach a point where I'm just like, well, I need, like, after I publish my book, I might change my mind. I might just be like, well, I want to get the word out there, so I'll do whatever I have to do. But long before I do that, I will just do the traditional thing of just paying to get your video recommended more. Yeah, I'll start doing that when I actually publish my book and whatnot. But for now, it's not worried about it. Not worried about it. The silly short system. I already have a couple of browser extensions to block shorts so they don't show up in my feed. One of which has been malfunctioning recently, and it's actually been really irritating me. It's making me wonder if I'm going to need to put in a new UBO rule specific to shorts. Because YouTube, it's kind of like YouTube is hiding them now. Well, not hiding them, but like they're just taking every single video that seems to be uploaded now underneath a certain length and just showing them as shorts to other people, even if they don't show up as shorts to the uploader. If I'm not mistaken, that is something I've been seeing happen a lot more lately. And that is... Ugh. Me no gusta. Decent timing, though. I barely even thought about it, and we're already back home by bedtime here. Yeah, short form. I mean, okay, so if it was not if it was not like something that is getting so out of hand that it's literally negatively impacting the development of an entire generation, I wouldn't mind the occasional short form video, because sometimes you really can communicate something interesting in the space of a minute and a half. It's just that is spiraled so far out of control now, thanks to TikTok and other extremely short form content that the internet is obsessed with. It's gone to the extreme, to the point where refusing to engage with it at all feels like the only correct option. Before I forget about it, sledgehammer back into the fire truck over here. Flags will make a fine addition to my collection. Car wash time. Got a little bit of blood on both of my fire trucks here. Unacceptable. Alright, I picked up a couple of empty 9mm mags. I have an entire duffel bag specifically for those. We're up to 73 empty and 31 full, so we just crossed the threshold of 100 total 9mm mags. It's beautiful. We have found so many 357 Magnum, whatchamacallits, boxes that I can repack a carton now and not be taking myself broke on it. Okay, not much else left to do in the night hour here, so I have to step away briefly IRL here. I am going to have her read a little bit of animal care, and I will be right back. Then we will conclude our evening, and tomorrow we're going to take a peek at the prison and see what kind of pipe bombing activity we can get done up there. Yeah, there we go. I like it. Hey, they fixed sitting down and reading. I didn't notice until now. Beautiful. Beautiful. Baby steps, guys. Baby steps. Alright, I'll be right back, folks. Yep, in King, we got the perfect shade of orange earlier. Well, close to perfect. I would say it's like 90% perfect. That's good enough for me for now. Alright, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. You know what? We're almost done with this book. I might be able to finish it out tonight. Yeah, we're just going to go a little past our bedtime here, and Animal Care 5 is complete. Put that back in my mobile library with select volumes here. We are not yet ready for most of what's in here. A lot of what's in here has been an investment in our future. Yeah, okay, and that's fine. We are like a third of the way through maintenance level 8. Once we finish maintenance level 8, we'll read this book at maintenance level 9. Oh, look at that, we actually got cold. Stage 2 wind chill. And now we are officially chilly. Not Argentina, but chilly. Alright, let's have a second sleep. Alright, so now that we have confirmed that there's no more survivor homes in Rosewood, I'm pretty much done with the main body of Rosewood here. Oh, that was a meta event. The way it was muffled made it sound like something else. Interesting. Okay. That kind of distracted me. So we're... Now, Rosewood is at an interesting place when you think about the other towns on this side of the map that we haven't finished with yet. We've got Irvington up here. We have not finished with Irvington. We've parsed through it. We've hit a few gun stores. There is a base location there waiting for us with some ammo that we found and we've left behind. Got a generator and everything. However... the usefulness of it as a town is going to be somewhat limited. I would prefer to hit March Ridge first. And I think we can go in either direction from here, March Ridge or Irvington. I'm going to explore the highway in the direction of March Ridge first. But this is all after we take a look at the prison. That's the immediate short term, is we're going to go take a look at the prison. I'm going to take the nails with me. And you guys will see why when we get there. I'm also going to take the firefighter axe that's just chilling here. We already have an axe in the field kit of this vehicle, but now we have another one. Let's get House in Ekron with a prepper basement. Is it a fixed, like, not a random basement, but a fixed chance at it being a prepper basement? Interesting. Let's see here. For today, I'm just going to drink cow's milk when we get thirsty, or when we get hungry. And I think that's going to help me maintain my weight gain without eating more of the heavy beans, because the heavy beans, we don't have too much more of those. Milk is literally just calories. You won't get much in terms of... Well, you actually do get a fair bit of proteins, but you don't get much fats or carbs from milk. So because of that, fats and carbs are what gets you into the rapid weight gain here. So as long as we stay in rapid weight gain, that means all we need is calories. So if we fall out of rapid weight gain, we need to make another soup. But if we stay in rapid weight gain, then drinking 1 liter of milk every time we get hungry is something we can get away with. So I've got a couple of small milks and then a large milk, and I'm just going to drink the rest of this carton here. And that theoretically I should have no problem staying in weight gain now, even if I do a lot of running around today. I don't think there's anything I need from the other vehicles right now. Yes, we are prepared for a rather hefty fight. Maybe a couple more garbage bags, because I will be picking up a fair bit of loot, perhaps more than I can carry immediately. If so, that's fine. We'll just allocate it into garbage bags and then come back for it later. For now, we need our combat vehicle. And I'm just going to go ahead and prep for combat now. We'll open another box, overfill our bandolier, and take 2 boxes to hand carry, or in the main backpack. Battle milk, 1 part alcohol, 3 parts milk. I've heard people talk about that before. What exactly is the point of the alcohol in that equation? As far as I understand it, milk is higher calorie density per milliliter than alcohol. Higher hunger reduction too. So I don't know exactly what battle milk. I mean, whatchamacallit, alcohol will make you. It'll reduce unhappiness. So if you're building unhappiness, maybe. Come on, out of that road. Standing there with the rest of the trash. Goodbye. Alcohol reduces your panic. Interesting. Good to know. Right now we only get panicked if zombies are within a certain radius, or if we see a ragdoll that hasn't died yet, which that's really stupid. That particular problem. Yeah, I know, right? There's definitely some dumping going on in the prison access road there. Alright, so here we are at Rosewood Prison. Anybody, if you've been here before, you know what to expect. However, we have actually been here before on this character, and we tried to do a little something sneaky, but it didn't work. There were just too many zombies to deal with. South? There you are. Take 4 hits. What's going on? My sword is still perfect. That doesn't make any sense. That must have just been a... It feels really weird for that to happen at Longblade level 5. Almost 6. Only wilderness and some cabins. Yeah, that's gonna put an upper limit on certain things. Like, certain things I'll never be able to do. Is that a guy with a frickin' mining pick in his back? It's either a mining pick or like one of those improvised weapons. It looks improvised. Maybe a rail spike. Well, I suppose we'll find out. Okay, so I'm going to lure away just a couple of these guys by foot. and then we're going to plant a pipe bomb right there on that spot that's highlighted right there. And then after we plant the pipe bomb, we're not going to go loud just yet. We're going to move some of these cars out of the way. Just those 3, I think. And then we'll go loud. Jawbone War Axe. Fascinating. Hey, I use axes. It's probably not the worst axe. It doesn't have a sharpness feature to it.
Hey!
What's up? Definitely has a chunky feel to it. Now, the problem with this, of course, is that we are now at stage 2 over-encumbered. So, running around trying to kill people with this axe will result in us getting exerted very fast, despite being fitness level 10. So, it was fun, but no. Okay, let's get out the remote controller and one of our pipe bombs. We made 9 remote pipe bombs initially, and this will be the 5th of the 9. 9 there were, given to men, who above all else desired explosives. We link it to the remote controller, and we arm and set. Oops, I didn't want to do that. I rammed my own hood. Oops. No good. Looks like we got a farmer sort of truck here. Respirator filters, yes please. Oops. Yeah, it's off the road. I'll take it. Alright, with this one out of the way, we can go loud. Be very careful about these trees right here. They're very hard to see from a distance, and they will fuck your day up if you ran into them. Yeah. Honestly, especially for multiplayer purposes. But thankfully, we've got a nice big POI. I just fucking said it. I thought I was turning hard enough, but no. No, I hate trees in this game so much. Thankfully, that was, what, only like 10, 15 miles an hour? Not enough to cause visual damage to the hood. We're looking good. But yeah, it is about time for some Wii U. We're going to have so much Wii U that we might get a DMCA from Nintendo. Alright, so sound volume to a little low here. And I'm going to put on one of my tracks because I enjoy the tracks very much. This is just a custom mix of the game's combat soundtrack. And here goes nothing. God, I did it again. I am so stupid. I am so stupid. Very, very light damage. We're alright. I don't think we're going to be able to get many out of the courtyard. Not without some strategic sledgehammerings. And that's okay. What I want is everybody out front to be not restrained by this main entrance fence here. By looping around like that, I did give myself plenty of room to get close like this. That allows the sound to travel far into the building. Thanks, Sin King. Thank you. Sometimes I need to remember that. Now you may notice on the left-hand side there's a little log staircase. We tried to do something sneaky very, very early on in this character's run. Unfortunately, it didn't work. There were just too many zombies inside this building. But what we did by putting that staircase there is we managed to get away into the second floor of that building, really close to the armory. But there were just too many zombies. The amount of noise we made having to kill every zombie would just bring more. And it turned into something that just wasn't worth the time. Now, of course, not only do we have all the time in the world, but we have much better weapons. Definitely poor placement for the green truck. I could have pulled that way farther out. It's alright. So we're keeping close to the fence here because I want to give the slow ones a chance to go around the fence. And I also want to be able to loop back in a little bit and get close to the building again if I can, because there's definitely a billion more in there that we had to pull back, and we didn't get a chance to get a hold of them all. I don't know if we'll start seeing shadow zombies, but it's possible. I think the standard population for this POI is something in the 2000s for the entire building and its exterior. Don't know for sure, though. I'm not quite brave enough to go back in there just yet. See, there's still a steady trickle of them coming out of the building. We don't have to go back close to the building again until the steady trickle stops. And then I do want to get close one more time after that point, just to see if we can get more of them out of there. Because there will be there definitely will be more. Really, when they start, once we start seeing shadow zombies, that's going to aid us with critical math. I mean, there's definitely got to be something to that, because I noticed that when it's a smaller group, they have a tendency to individually peel away more often. But when it's a larger group, I feel like there's probably some herd mechanics at play. Days without similarity to sheep herding, 0.0. Ooh, interesting. Prisoner transport, keep away. I'm gonna move up to the window real quick and toot, and then back out. Apparently the toot does reach a little farther than the siren itself. I saw a shadow zombie just now. I think we've exceeded the... Yep, there's the shadow zombies, boys. We got shadows. Shadows, what else? Shadows... I think we can canonize this as my character is starting to hallucinate out of fear. I mean, I sure as fuck would be. I would be, in a situation like this, any movement in my periphery would be interpreted as the gravest bodily threat, the gravest threat of bodily harm. going to check something real quick. What is my game's utilization at? Interesting. We're still not exceeding 20 or so CPU usage here. Should probably not pay too close attention to that. You know, I've tried to make this window transparent before, and I think for some reason it wouldn't let me. Oh, look at that. I can do it. Okay. Beautiful. Well, there's one of the problems with the prison is there are certain barriers that lots and lots and lots of them will get stuck on. There's certain like cell blocks that are locked down that I don't know if they even can break the cell doors. I know for a fact that a lot of them will get stuck slapping one of the windows in there and never seem to break it. It may be possible to break the cell door with enough of them, but yeah. Yeah, see how they're still coming out of there in nice droves. It's a faucet. It's a faucet. It's not a trickle yet. I don't know how many buildings are separate and discrete here. If anybody's been here before, I'm curious if you know exactly how many buildings are separate from each other. I think technically the entire building is one big connected thing. Because if they're all connected, they just need to be connected by like a wall or something. So like the guardhouse up here that I tried to sneak into a long time ago, this guardhouse on the left, it is technically connected to the rest of the prison, so it's not a separate building. And I think that's true for all the other buildings here. At least all the buildings of substance. I do not know if there's any, like, maximum security buildings that are technically detached or anything like that. Well, another thing is, literally me, is you're also... It's kind of hard to get an exact count, especially now that we've got shadow zombies. And they are over-layering on top of each other a lot. Because remember, we're successfully condensing all of them into one group. If I were to let them sprawl out, there's probably enough to cover the entire screen if they all spread out evenly. Right, yeah, that's another true thing about here. You're not here for the loot. Unless you're here for... Okay, I'm here for the riot gear. And because I know that I can kill a good chunk of these guys with one blast, I won't be committing more than one pipe bomb to this operation. And it looks like we're down to a trickle. Wooden katana. I really hope they don't implement meat shielding, because in real life, if you were going to do well, I probably shouldn't elaborate too much on this. FBI, I swear, I'm not talking about anything in real life, but realistically speaking, let's put it that way, authentically speaking, an explosion with this many bodies in the way, like the first 50 of them maybe would be mortally ripped apart, but after that, there's only so much shrapnel you can pack into a small pipe. It will lose its energy as it gets transferred to all of the corpse's shreds, and then that's it. It would not just instantly annihilate everything within a radius. That's a bit of a video game mechanic there, but I'm here for it. That's one of the reasons I always go with a big gas tank in every situation ever. I already feel slightly uncomfortable by the fact that my hood is showing the slightest amount of cosmetic damage. That means we're probably below 50%. We don't start taking engine damage until we fall below 20. Seven tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hey, that basically means we can use the gravel as a radius. That's good to know. Thank you, sir. Condensing them into a space, or condensing them into a blob where that gravel is sort of like the a radius for it. We can do that. Alright, let's hit critical mass. Yeah. I know, right? I can hear my core screaming. Look at how tight we've got them. I mean, remember, we're way over 500 zombies at this point. Because we start seeing the shadow zombies at 500. And some of them are starting to disappear entirely. I don't know what the thresholds are beyond that. We're definitely getting close. I'm going to set the UI. And finger on the trigger. I certainly hope this doesn't crash the game. I think we're almost there. Look at that, the last people joining the party. Last people oh, fuck off. I'm not going to worry about those, the last part there. Fire. Launch the missile now! Holy shit. Ah, damn. Oh, damn, I didn't catch these guys behind me. Alright. You know what? You know what? We will go ahead and allocate a second pipe bomb to this. We can do it. We have the technology. Encore, encore. Grab one pipe bomb, link to the controller, and arm and set. But now we're way below the 500 threshold, so all we got to do is bring them on over. Holy zombie guts, indeed. Oh yeah, Richard, we just did the detonation, but we did not quite get everybody, so we just got a second bomb planted on this other street light. Oh, Zacto. Yeah, sorry, man. Probably about 2 minutes ago. I want to keep the slow ones going in this direction as much as possible, so get to the other side around them, and then slow. I had not planned on using this side, otherwise I would definitely move that car. It's okay. I think we can handle it. Car might even slightly help us after a certain point. Encore, encore. Every time they stop and perk their head up, I feel it, man. I feel it. It's like adding another 5 seconds. But we're pretty close to critical mass now. Yeah, we're in there. And you know what? I'm okay with it if this one doesn't kill every single one of them. Ready, finger on trigger, and one more pass. Oh yeah, alright. We got everybody else by hand weapons now. What? I'm not sure what's going on with that one. That, I think, is a glitched ragdoll right there. The shadows show their true location whenever that happens. Yeah, absolutely. All right. Let's get back to our truck and check the other side now. Oh, look at that. Still not done spilling. Trickling. There's a couple up there at the top that are trying to probably get outside, but they don't know how to flip out the window properly. I did not. I actually, despite being active on the internet back in its heyday, I was actually not much of a Newgrounds guy. I've waited my entire life to do this. Battery-powered floodlights there, buddy. Wait for my truck. You know that saying, don't be a hero. I shouldn't be a hero right now. There's no reason. I don't know if he's going to be the only one from the north. You can see why I carry around the 357 Magnum in addition to the carbine. Short range kills with the Magnum are so much better. There's an effective radius for the carbine, and it's not the minimum radius is what you got to look out for. My six is okay. Ooh, something did freak me out for a second there, okay. I did leave the truck running, which is a bit of a mistake. Let's turn on the headlights too, supplement our floodlight. I'm also just going to go ahead and put the mask on now. Wait a minute, she didn't get the mask on. I had a feeling the sickness was coming, and there we go. I feel good about this. All right. That was my top 6 loop right there. I enjoy it a lot. Just my favorite top 6 tracks from this game's soundtrack. And I'll restore the game's music. So that sound of a zombie slapping glass, that sound is them hitting a barred window up top there. Ooh, look at this. We got more coming. We're going to have a drink of milk here. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Somebody from the south there. Switching blades. That's a sword of some kind in that guy. Still a couple of them. I think some of these guys who are still coming out of here. Yeah, that's true. I'm just pulling out that paperwork like there's no tomorrow. Oh, and a meta event at the same time. Now, up in the second floor here, we can actually shoot all the way up there. The more I see that happen, the more I am 100% convinced that it is, Oh, we're stressed, right. Yep. So, be very advised. The closer you get to zombies slapping unbreakable windows, the more your stress builds up like there's no tomorrow. So we're like 95% done here in terms of the zombie killing. I do have to sleep. We're just going to go back to home base and sleep. No reason not to. It's just down the road. And as an overnight task, we will probably come back here and parse through some of the loot. Maybe I don't know. Actually, as an overnight task, I definitely need to get my hood replaced on the fire truck here. Respirator mask. Back into satchel. So that was my first time using the respirator mask under the new build, which has slowed filter use. It looks like we only got like not even quite 20% of it. Like maybe 10, somewhere a little bit over 10, like 15% of our filters were used by from the moment we put it on. I did not actually count how long that was. But yeah, from the moment we put it on, I would say that we spent most of our time after putting it on. Most of our time was spent in maximum smell zone. Yeah, for that amount of corpses, I'm not mad about it. So before I go to sleep, I am going to read a book. We got some books waiting for us. That'll get rid of that'll take a chunk out of the stress here. As an overnight task, I might actually go back there with the race car as an overnight task and tow one of those prison trucks back with me. I will use it as a donor vehicle to replace some of the parts, not just in my truck there that needs it, but also the some of the ones we picked up. They could be carriers for better parts. I'll deal with my inventory. We just need to get a... I'm going to read a... I'm gonna read a paperback. Yeah. There we go. And then we'll sleep, and then we'll read a second time. Yeah, I'm so glad that they, and yes, Mario, they are tied to the intensity of smell. As far as I know, only corpses do produce bad smell. There we go. We are still in rapid weight gain, so we're just having a chalky milk. Yeah, I know. I wish there was something in the crafting menu that would give us, that would let us do something with duffel bags. Yeah, I'm not going to do anything for an overnight task because there's not that much I can do that would be very useful. It is currently March 6th, 1994. We are in the second year of the game, and I would like to plant some spring crops, but we're going to finish what we started at the prison first. I want to get to the security room, which we've already got a bit of a side entrance to. Just got to get the rest of the way in. Respirator filters that I found somewhere are going onto the driver's seat of the truck here. And I've only got about an hour left. I'm just going to weld a repair onto the truck's hood. I'm just going to take a steel sheet here and I'll just come back and refill my torch after I use it, because I always like to have a full torch on me at all times. Never repaired this hood, so straight to 100%. Ooh, my carbine has taken some serious damage. Its condition is down to only like 2/5. I don't think I have any replacements, unfortunately. My 9mm I did actually pull out at one point, and we expended most of a magazine. But I actually performed better than Rick O'Connell. I did not empty all of my firearms at any given point. I always had a backup to pull. So yeah, we're outliving the master here. So I'm missing suture needles in my kit, and that's not good. I need to have suture needles at all times. I'll think about that. Abreu, how's it going? We just did a couple of really lovely pipe bombings here. It was fantastic. We're having a little bit of beer. She has absolutely earned it after that. I don't know if y'all heard the hiccup. It was cute. It was very cute. We're a little early. We're going to go ahead and sleep. Actually, I will let her take a bath real quick. There we go. We'll catch the laundry later. Oh yeah, big fog today. I'm very glad that we managed to successfully get most of the zombies. I think I am going to do what I was talking about, where I'm going to take the race car, and we're going to use it to tow back one of the prison trucks. There's 2 prison trucks out there. But before we depart, I need a sledgehammer. I'm just going to put the carbine away for now. It needs to be repaired. And we're not shooting very far in this weather anyway. Oh, we're due another box of 357 here. Wasn't quite expecting to immediately go through all that 357 that we picked up out here. But I'm here for it. That's what we have it for. So I'm going to go ahead and open this carton and put 2 in my backpack and leave the rest in the combat truck here. Okay. Sledgehammer. Out of the truck's glove into my backety pack. So if we fall out of weight gain, we can drink that entire liter of milk there. And if we don't fall out of weight gain, we've got more than a day's worth of hunger reduction for the regular cups. I'm setting the cruise control deliberately for only 50 miles an hour. The race car can go so much faster than that, so much quicker. But now we need to be able to not... Oh, you know what? The bookstore is right there. I'm actually going to grab a couple of books really quick. I'm going to grab a couple of books. And there's a possibility that we might step too close to a billion zombies slapping a unbreakable window. In which case, a few paperbacks would go a long way. Worth taking a peek for. I mean, see, we're finding level 4 books. I just don't think there's going to be any that we actually need. What? I had to run my mouth. I had to run my... There's 2 books I need. Carving 5, Napping 2. Thank you, game. Thank you. Thanks for making me look like an idiot. I am here for it. You can do that anytime you want. Please. Please do it. Now, it's okay if we are grabbing a lot of stuff. We can store it in the car. In fact, some of these books I'm just going to leave on the floor right here for pickup later. Because we're going to be driving past this anyway. I just want like 4 paperbacks right now. Everything else is stuff that I want for the base here. I'm not going to risk leaving behind the those 2 skill books that I actually need. Those will go in the glove. And the driver's seat gets a few paperbacks. Fantastic. Off we go. Napping 2 and carving 5. I never, ever would have expected to see napping and carving in a small bookstore like that. My experience thus far has told me that that's just not happening. But, hey, you know what? Like I said, if the game wants to prove me wrong on something like that, go ahead, please. Keep doing it. Keep defying my expectations in that regard, and I'll be super happy. Teaching ants how to read, yep. Brother, I crave the forbidden lamp. I crave... Brother... Spooky. Truly spooky. You're driving through the fog and you come up on that. Maybe that's where all the fog came from. There are just that many corpses. The sheer smell of decay. I'm going to kill these guys a little quieter. I was supposed to sharpen this sword, too. I was supposed to reload my blade, as it were. Alright, so, a long, long time ago, within the first month of the game, I don't remember exactly when, we came here and tried to sneak in. It didn't work. There were way too many zombies. But we built this for ourselves. And what this does is this gets us to the second floor, where all we got to do is wander in here and take a left, and then another left, and then we're in the guardhouse. The guardhouse armory, as it were. And that is where there is some stuff that I would really like to have. I hear mouth breathing to my left. Tactical staircases, 100%. All using locally sourced materials. We had to whip that together with logs. Give me some glue. No? I'll take adhesive tape. It's useful for a few things. Starting to see stale ramen noodles finally. What is it? It is now 8 months and 15 hours, so we just hit 8 months. And now we're starting to see stale ramen noodles. I've been paying very close attention to that, so I think that means ramen noodles we're looking at 8 months to staleness. Which is, I mean, that's definitely a thing. The ramen noodles that I have packed in my kitchen right now are well over 2 years old. And nothing about them tastes any different. But, alright. Alright, here we are. Guard armory. Looking for some thigh guards. Let's go. Shin guards. I already got some. I'll take a few spares, but, Let me get some of them thigh guards now. Come on now. It would be so funny for this character who's been lucky in so many other regards to not get any thigh guards at all, ever. We're running out of chances. There we go, 2 of them. Alright, we got our thigh guards. We got spare shin guards. I believe we already have a riot helmet in the collection. I would never wear it, personally. It is... look at all those little red bars on it. That tells you everything you need to know about the riot helmet. Every single one of those red bars, minus the discomfort. It literally reduces your combat speed. Like, fuck. What the fuck? Yeah, no, I ain't doing that. Nope. No, sir. There we go. A couple of spare thigh guards. We should have at least 2 of each now. All of these civvy bulletproof vests, we will punch the aramid thread out of them after we finish. Ooh, look at this security pass gear ring. That's cool. That's new. I've never seen that before. It comes with a key to the joint here, and key to Rosewood Prison. Yeah, I might work that into one of my keyring collections. I believe everything else is guns. Ooh, a couple more thigh guards here. I'm just gonna take them all. They've been hard. They've been hard enough to find that I'm cool with a few spares. They're actually surprisingly hard to find. Because remember, we've hit a lot of gun stores, and not a single one of those. I guess it is. It does make sense for civilian gun stores to not really stock up on riot gear. Still, though, there's definitely a market for it somewhere. See, you guys can see why I tried to build that staircase early on to see if I could sneak in here. At the time, it was worth it, but we definitely did not get a low enough spawn count in this area for it to actually work out. Let us establish a garbage bag of guns. Almost all these guns seem to have some bullets in them. That's probably violating some sort of federal or state statute. As somebody who works for federal law enforcement, I don't usually come across people who actually carry because we don't usually work in the same building as them. I don't work in headquarters generally. I did see a guy wearing a shoulder holster once back when I still worked at the data center before they closed it down. But that was a very isolated thing I never saw. Never saw it. Not that I can think of. There was a time where one of the head honchos of the agency was going to visit our data center, in which case his security would have been crawling all over the place with him, but we did not. That visit never actually happened. It was a false alarm. That guy was pretty cool. It was back during a different administration, and I actually took a couple of calls directly from him. I can't, no point in saying who it is. I don't really want to identify my client, but he was an alright guy. thoroughly underwhelming. He was not politically... Saying that he was not politically controversial is a statement in and of itself, because almost every single federal agency appointee these days seems to be a subject of controversy. To keep dropping, and you know what? We're about to fill up anyway. But yeah, the guy himself actually put in a positive review for me on our survey system. He didn't even write anything. He just gave me a 5-star. That was a highlight, one of the highlights of my career. Looks great on the resume. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't even come in this way. I was looking at it. I was like, wait a minute, what's going on there? Nope, I didn't come in that way. Did I go to university? No. So my career is I'm just a tech support guy. Glorified tech support. We do a few things outside the purview of normal tech support, but by and large, if you've ever helped your grandpa use an iPhone before, just imagine doing that for a living about 80% of the time, and then 10% of the time it's even more boring than that, and then the other 10% of the time it's really, really interesting, and I actually enjoy it. You got to live for the 10%, right? You got to live for the most amusing parts of the job. Otherwise, it just gets even more and more and more bad. You got to look on the bright side. So we're just putting guns that I've completely pulled everything out of into the trunk here. Perfect fit. Now, of course, if we run out of room, that's perfectly fine too, because we're going to be towing back one of those prison transports with us. I'm just making sure that I've filled up everything in here first. Upgrading to go back to school. Yeah, so if I had to go back and do it all over again, what would have helped me? Well, I mean, my employer at the time, we were on a different contract, but my employer, my contracting company, sponsored me to get my ITIL. Yeah, that's the spelling of it. That's basically, they wanted all of us to have it. I didn't have it, so plenty of people on my team didn't have it. So program manager made us all take it, and the company paid for it and everything. It's not that expensive, I think, to just get it on your own, but it is a bit of a racket, in my opinion. I wouldn't go as far as to call it a scam, but it is a bit of a racket. You know, it's one of those things that, like, not unlike Agile, in my humble opinion. It's an attempt by the business majors to wrangle all the tech support professionals into something that makes sense to them instead of us, if that makes sense. But it gets you. It looks great on the resume, and it gets you places. Okay, I think that's all the guns. Let's get some of the ammo onto the seat here, or the rest of it. Ah, it's the shin guards that are really heavy. Okay. Gotcha. 'Cause I remembered that one of the two was much heavier than it should have been. We are quite hungry. We are hungry now. Let's double check. Yeah, we're still in weight gain. Okay. Yeah, Lucky Noodle is the one of the many sponsors. I think the nearest Lucky Noodle that I'm aware of is in Ekron, or no, Brandenburg. I don't actually know of any others. Assuming I'm even thinking of the correct one. There we go. We can do that, and then... There's a perfect fit. Okay. I probably put more thought into that than it's worth, and that's fine. I don't think there's actually much else that I want out of this place. I don't remember if there are any other big loot container areas, but I'm pretty sure that that was one of at least 2 or 3 that were the most important. In the past, I don't think I've ever actually gone too deep into the prison on foot before. And I don't really want to be honest. I mean, that's a big fight for not really a lot. And let's just say that I go in there and I do a bunch of shooting. We're going to hit a brick wall with shooting soon here. We're going to hit a brick wall, and I'm not going to have the next aiming book to read. And suddenly it's going to be a not good idea to be shooting anymore. If I'm going to be shooting, I want to have the book read. So I'm going to go ahead and grab one of the vans and skedaddle. Shit, I'm not really interested in the quality, but I am interested in the seats and the parts. So this has got performance, but it's all substandard. This has got a mix, old, a couple of performance brakes, and sus. We're going to take those brakes and sus. Just those. Nothing else is really worth it on here. Oh, those 3 seats. We're going to take the seats too, because those are 100% condition. What did you do at the Rosewood prison? I stole parts from the vehicles out front. I dipped my toes as far as the guardhouse, because that's all that's worth it right now. So we got keys to the other one, but not this one. And you know what? I'm over it when it comes to the windows. Oh, look at that. Of course. I should have known. That's okay, because we're taking one of these back with us. So we're taking the other one back with us. Those are texture t-shirts. I'll take them, because why not? These are loaded magazines. One of them is. We now want to unload magazines, especially an M1A, because an M1A is literally just a box. Literally an entire box of ammo. Might as well pack it into a box, make it easier to carry. We got room for 53 in the trunk here. Didn't need these nails after all. I brought them in case I needed to build another staircase. But no, definitely not. And if there was even more loot, we could always load it up on the seats. But, oh, we're getting sick. Of course we are. Stayed just a little too long in this area. That's what the respirator's for. 50 pairs of prison overalls. Not just prison overalls, but broken prison overalls. The prisoners here don't like keeping their stuff intact. I'm going to put a seat on a seat so I can seat while I seat. I think that was all I cared about. New windshield for my whatchamacallit, for my other truck. And then I think that's it. Yeah, anything else of interest is already attached to the other vehicle. Okay. Another all-day fog today. Not the biggest fan of that, but thankfully we didn't have to go out and do anything. And we are now outside of smell zone. No, no multiplayer servers for me. I won't rule it out forever, but definitely not in the short term here. I mean, besides, I know that there's going to be regional things at play because I'm U.S. East, so that would be an average of 130 to 150 milliseconds to Brazil. Probably less than 100, probably in the mid, depending on which side of Canada. I know I have a few Canadian watchers. That would be in the high 50s to 60s for Canada. Usually I tend to get, oh, I kept going. We need to turn here. I usually get less than 100 for anywhere in the CONUS in the contiguous United States. Does the engineer profession doesn't give you the recipe, does it? I know the engineer gives you something related to electrical, and there's that much. We can't make it past 30 because this is a 6-seater. 6-seaters are just always like that. Ah, very nice. If I ever was going to reconsider my choice in profession. Ranzera posted a comment. I managed to catch it just before I went to bed last night, so I didn't reply. But the posted a comment about the nurse profession and how it gives a +1 to fitness, and that leaves you in a very interesting place where you're you got a nice set of bonuses that he's sounded. It sounded underrated, is what it sounded like. Definitely underrated. Don't know if I would ever roll it myself, but that sounds like something worth looking at, like debug mode or something. I'm gonna, before I forget anything else, sledgehammer back where it belongs. Already got gas in it. I'll leave it running so that the battery can charge itself up. Alright, that's everything off of the seat. Oh, I was going to punch the airmid thread out of all those bulletproof vests. At the very least, I now know exactly where I can go if I need a ton of airmid thread. It's relatively clear in there. We just have to fight through a couple of people in the courtyard. I don't know what immediate purpose we have for... I'm gonna load up RTB loot, like the vehicle parts, into Spiffo here. The windshield is gonna go on our truck because our truck took a few hits. The windshield was like 60 something, yeah. I can do better. Still in weight gain. Rapid. You know, now that we've established Spiffos as a RTB, we're going to just go ahead and do a direct trunk transfer. Now, that's just like in real life. If you want to own an RV, you're far better off knowing how to fix it up. Sounds like a DIY expert thing. Some of what's in the trunk can stay here. Just this stuff here. Actually, I don't remember if we had an intact LEO. I think we have an intact LEO vest. I think it was military that we never somehow got an intact one. Somehow. That sounds weird, but that's what my brain meat is telling me. We do not need to be bringing guns home. No, guns and attachments can stay here. Magazines, sure. Guns, no. Especially, yeah. We've got way too many guns back at base already. Like, we're literally drowning in guns. So minus the 357, this trunk constitutes all the ammo we found in town for the most part. Yeah, it's not much. Rosewood is not. Obviously, this doesn't count anything we may find in civilian residential, but I'm not chasing residential here. Danny has many things on the agenda. 10 out of 10 residential in a place like this is nah, that's all right. I should leave it running a little longer and get that battery charged up the rest of the way. Got a perfect seat here. Oh, more ammo. I forgot about that. Okay, so there's a little more ammo. Books that need to go to the library can go straight into the trunk here. Both of them are readables. I can read either of them right now. So that's a good thing. The thigh guards must be shoved somehow into the passenger seat here, which we are going to need to lose 1.0 encumbrance from. Let's do the crafted denim shirt into the glove. Now we can put 2 thigh guards on the passenger. That's all stuff that can stay here. It's all stuff that's probably going to stay here too. The gear, elbow pads, knee pads, shin guards, thigh guards, that's going back. Still rapidly gaining weight. Glorious. All right, so I've got about an hour and a half or so left, which is not too awful bad. That'll be like a 7 hour or so. I definitely can't go like super long today because I have an appointment at 4 and I have to actually not look like crap for that. So I have to get ready ahead of time. There is a part of me that wants to put an armor kit in the truck as well. Riding helmet, shin guard, and thigh guard. That's a start right there. The rest of the pieces are just spare parts that I'd have to assemble once we get back to base. I'll wait until then, because this is going back to base with us regardless. You wouldn't think it's 2000 hours right now, but that's bullshit fog for you. It doesn't come in any other colors, so. All right, I am actually going to cozy up with a couple of those books. Carving 5 feels appropriate. You know, something I probably should know. How close am I to a water source from here? I can't remember if there was one in the forest in this-ish area here. That sounds like a good use for B42map.com here. I remember there being a lake of some sort somewhere, but I don't remember where. Right, okay, on that side of town. We haven't even explored that direction yet. So we'll take a look there, and that's where we'll take a bath. Gotta wash our clothes. They are quite bloody. Actually, to be honest, we're going back in the direction of home at some point in the not too distant future. Anyway, that we'll just do a laundry load when we get back. Yeah. Hair dye in there. The ones we were using, just leave them on the driver's seat. Yeah, that works. No need to act as though we're almost empty in the trunk yet. We still got plenty of room. But that might fill up fast if we harvest this thing for parts. Which, no, honestly, everything here is below perfect. Maybe a couple of the seats, I don't know. Yeah, considering how many perfect parts there are these days, it doesn't feel like a very good value proposition. Oh, this propane tank. We do have enough for another generator. Yeah, okay. I'll keep that in mind. There's always a possibility we find a generator here in town if we check enough garages. Yeah, it took me almost 1,000 hours to get to 30k kills on Annie. That is that's your sheer difference between regular and high pop. Still rapid weight gain. Excellent. We may have lost the game's music, so I'll go ahead and get ahead of that now. Got our little playlist of the game's music here. Combat music will trigger it, get it fixed, but we might not be in combat again for a minute or two here. Okay, we stopped gaining weight rapidly. You know what? We found a couple extra sticks of butter. I'm going to do the lazy thing. I won't have to do the lazy thing once we have some more crops to work with. Wow, a stick of butter didn't put me back into rapid weight gain? I must have been in rapid weight gain from carbs then, instead of fats. Fascinating. Well, okay. It's been a long time since I've been in rapid weight gain from for carbs, at least to the extent of my knowledge. That must have just been the beans. Yeah, Brandenburg is definitely that place, that kind of place where I can imagine if you're, you add a multiplier to the population. Oh boy, that's gonna get nuts. It ain't none of that, 0 multiplied by 0 is still 0 nonsense. Nah, plenty of Z there. Garbage bag cause for cosmetics. Annotated map West Point 2, because that is the second West Point annotated map we found. I'm going to take the Spiffo van down to the bookstore where we left some books on the floor. And we're going to pick those books up. And then we are going to go back to base with the Spiffo van. We're just going to have it because I want a Spiffo van. Not because it's good. I don't know if y'all heard that 3 times failed to start. No, thank you. I really need some old welding goggles. I've never found them before. I may have scrolled right past them once or twice in the past, but I am about 90% sure I've never seen them before. Not a lot, just a few things. Alright, the tires on this thing feel a little weak, so we're definitely going to want to fill those up. We've got ourselves a tire pump for the local area back here. Rather than that. Alright, so we're going to take the race car with us. We also left a trailer at Muldraw. So I want to pick up that trailer and bring it in this general direction. That stuff didn't even need to be preserved. I just put it there out of pathological need. We're going to take 5 of the sponges, leave 2 behind. Sponges are now a wear item if you want to recharge your own filters. Everything else that's here doesn't really need to be brought anywhere. It's fine to stay here, because if it's here, then it can go with us in either direction, back to base or back in the direction of Irvington or March Ridge. We're pretty central to that particular part of things. So I'm going to go ahead and shut the generator off. And if we're going back to base, then I need to bring my fountain cups of cow's milk so we can get those filled up. Also any RTB that I stuck in here. Animal care, which we're done reading, that can go back. Napping too. We just found it, but that is something I'm going to be actively reading, so it can stay. Okay, that looks good for the ambulance. Alright, back to Fellis Lake we go. So, what we're executing now is something I talked about a little bit earlier, is we're going back to our main centralized hub in Fellis Lake, and we are going to plant some March crops. It is currently March 7th, 1994. A lot of crops that used to have their best month for planting in April have been shifted to March as part of a God knows why series of changes to agriculture. I have no comprehension whatsoever of where the devs are going with that shit. I've said this before, but it kind of sounds like the devs listened to people who were complaining about it. You know, it takes so long to get to the next year where we can start planting again. It sounds like they started listening to them, but then made the most asinine changes ever that didn't even qualify as a half measure, more like a quarter measure, and then like just left it like that. Like again, the changes so that winter wheat now requires 108 days to harvest or to grow, and therefore you have to harvest it in the middle of January. Yeah, I've complained about it many times before, but it is one of the stupidest changes they've made in all of B42, and they refuse to elaborate every single time. Not a single time that they've changed things about agriculture has it ever, to the extent of my knowledge, has it ever made its way into the patch notes with any sort of explanation. think at the very most we might have gotten a adjusted crop growth time, something like that. I don't. Yeah, I got nothing. It makes me not want to engage with it, but there are some really useful things you can grow. I mean, potatoes are a dead given. I will plant as many as 3 rows of potatoes, just because they have such a long shelf life that I can carry them around and always have use for them. Yeah, not even that. So we're talking like 5th measures. Stealth patches. So you're telling me they didn't even make... Wow. I could have swore we had at least one time they mentioned something about growth times. Swear. But, yeah, I would believe you. I would absolutely believe you. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. I'm surprised we haven't made it out of 2nd gear. Maybe the Franklin value line without the 6 seats is also kind of a bitch to tow. We did make sure to inflate all the tires. And I'm feeling like we might make it to 3rd, but if so, it's going to take a long time. I'm okay with it. We're doing like 40-something. It's way faster than we would be going backwards. Very, very pretty trees. Yeah, good to know. I actually did not know. I knew that you made more noise when towing. I didn't know that it scaled with how difficult it is. That does make sense, though. Engine revving and whatnot. I always thought that engine noise was kind of just fixated to RPM, but, no, I think towing does artificially increase it a little bit. They increased the car noise radius this patch. I missed that memo. Alright, back to Phallus Lake here. Nobody waiting for us at the edge of town. That's a nice thing. Lots of times in the past we would have a little welcome party. So, of course, our base is at the gas station, as I tend to do. I'm going to go ahead and drop off the car parts first. Plenty of room in whatchamacallit, LBMW there. That is one of our latest storage spaces for car parts. I'm just going to leave a propane tank on the floor here, along with some steel sheets for vehicle repairs. Because I've definitely got plenty of steel sheets elsewhere right now. So I think I'm still carrying around loose ammo in the black step van here. So all these loose boxes, before we even touch them, looks like we can pack another carton of a few things here. By your loose boxes combined, I am Captain Carton. Shit. Well. Definitely should know better than to be carrying around a carton of 12 gauge in the ammo van, or the van here that's supposed to be dedicated to ammo. Loose ammo, specifically. How many cartons of 12 gauge? So, KTO, don't know if you were here when we assembled it, but this white van right here, the seat has 2 boxes of 12 gauge. The passenger seat has a carton and 6 boxes. The glove compartment has 8 boxes, and the trunk has 8 boxes and 13 cartons. All in all, this step van is carrying around 14 and some change of cartons of 12 gauge. So the white van here is my shotgun van. We will be taking this to the Louisville military checkpoint someday. Preferably after we secure some more books. Aiming for. Definitely as a prerequisite for that. But then there's also some other cartons of shotgun scattered around because we could not fit all of our cartons of shotgun into the white van. I believe every single possible container in the first 3 vans here is completely full of various cartons. And then the black step van here, yeah, that also every container except for the trunk. The black step van's trunk does need a repair. And I do need to get that 9mm pistol and the ammo straps out of it. So we can do that. Yeah, it's like almost full now, but we can still do a repair on it. Oh yeah, absolutely. Crossroads Mall is probably before checkpoint in Louisville. We kind of screwed around and did both at one point. One of my vehicles, or somewhere, I had a couple of sacks, yeah. Always down for more money bundles. Someday I'll have an entire floor made of money. I'm going to go ahead and do a load of laundry while we're here. We've got a replacement set of clothes to wear at any time. But before I start the laundry, there's also some clothes we picked up that need to be washed as well. Shield your eyes, YouTube. There we go. Now we got our pajamas on. My jammies, as it were. And of course, we are once again close to the water cap. Actually, we're at the water cap, so we don't need to be stingy about our water over here anymore. I think it is more efficient to wash all the clothes at once if you're capable of doing so. I'm not 100% sure on that. Oh, you know what? Almost all this does not need to be washed. We did pick up some stuff in here that needs to be washed. A couple of berets, a law enforcement blue hoodie and sleeve t-shirt there. And a new riding helmet for backup armor gear. Okay, now we can run. We're not going to have enough room for all this, are we? Nope. God damn it. I'm collecting too much stuff. Definitely don't need to be having my firefighter jacket and pants on the on the clothing rack there. Not if it's in danger of getting full. Those are some of the most heaviest clothing items in the game. Way too heavy to be putting on a rack that's at risk of getting filled up. Black dye is very important. That marks a break point in my ability to turn clothing to the correct color. Of course, there's not that many clothing items that I need right now. In fact, I'm pretty much sorted out on clothing. I've got almost all best in slot. The only gaps are relatively minimal. Forgot that I started putting armor up here. Bone armor on that side. I'll probably put all the armor that I brought home with me on the other side. That actually makes perfect sense to me right now. All right, wash her into the dryer. Of course, got to have a handheld game console next to all my beds. Can't use them yet, but that doesn't matter. Still want them. Yeah, I don't know why I brought these ammo straps home. I'm not leaving them here. They are definitely staying with me. They're way too rare. We have not found any more anywhere. In fact, it is the only thing we can put on this L92 carbine that I'm taking with me because the one we've been using is damaged. So I'm just going to put it on there. We'll take that off of the other one. Leave the other one behind as a decoration. These 3 sacks we brought home are immediately going to be purposed towards compost extraction. At some point, in fact, we've probably already hit that point, at some point it will be beneficial to have a vehicle dedicated entirely to compost transport. Slight problem is, of course, we don't have vehicular access to the to the crop yard back there. So we will have to do some base modification in order to make that happen at some point. Definitely not a requirement yet. So the shin guard and thigh guard and thigh guard goes pretty well with our get up, all things considered. This brings our lower body currently, right now, without even wearing leather pants. We are at 90 bite and 100 scratch. Let's just say we were wearing no pants at all. And just long johns, which these long johns are not even patched. So let's just make it so that literally the only thing we're wearing on the lower body is the whatchamacallits, is the armor gear, or the riot armor. We're at 80 bite and 90 scratch just from the riot armor. Now, of course, it does fuck our movement speed. Hang on, let me drop some kits so that I have no encumbrance. I just want to see how this feels with no encumbrance. So at running level, what are we, 5? Running level 6. Running level 6 with nothing but riot gear on the lower body feels like this. Honestly, I don't dislike it. This is not bad. I have dreamed many dreams of being able to not be stuck with leather pants, just because they're the best in slot for the pants slot. That being said, the fact that leather pants do not have anywhere near as much of a run speed modifier or discomfort modifier. Nothing is ever going to beat that. And also the groin protection levels, I would have to wear a cup along with this armor, and that would make it even worse. A cup will absolutely destroy your movement your movement speed. So worth understanding at the best. Definitely worth understanding. Sounds like the laundry just finished. I'm going to put all this armor upstairs, and then we'll gear back up in our regular kit. So this side of the clothing rack is henceforth dedicated to riot gear. Which means some of the riot gear that I left on the floor over here can go over there. Actually, let's just put all this stuff. No, if I try to put bulletproof vest armor, it's going to overfill. I think it will. Well, You know what? I'm going to try it. I'm going to see if I can fit it. Oh yeah, we can fit that. That's no problem. The thing is, I'm not going to be putting anything else in there. We're done leveling tailoring. So leather and bone on that side, and riot and other fabricated on this side. Yeah, beautiful. I like it. It works. About dyeing, I need a dyeing station somewhere at some point for my hair dye. But we don't really have a lot of options right now. Perhaps I can at least get these rag bundles off the floor. We had to make so many long johns that we ended up with a billion rag bundles. I would go as far as to say probably like a third of the flax that I harvested ended up becoming these rag bundles that I may never have a use for. It was all part of leveling tailoring, but now that we've leveled tailoring, we're good to go. And that's okay. I'm not mad about that. All part of the plan. So you know what? I was talking about a lack of a dyeing station for my hair dye. The other hair dye that we tried is right over here. Oh, that's my, right. That's my house's stuff. Okay, we'll do something with that later. Separating the stuff that we... I got two different berets here. Are either of them... That's like ever so slightly blue. I'm looking for a black beret. I'm always on the lookout for one. That one's... I don't know how to describe it. It looks blue as well. So we've got two berets, but neither of them are the perfect black. Can we dye them? Nope, we cannot dye berets. They come in random colors, but we cannot dye them. Truly cursed. Alright, and we've got a book to put back here. That would be Animal Care 5. And we can actually pack that into a set now. We have read all the Animal Care books. Beautiful. Alright, now before we go to bed, let's take a quick look at that agriculture menu. And start deciding what to plant. Basil, that's an easy win. Well, basil is going to be hard to grow. Some of it might die. Some of you may die. That is a sacrifice I am willing to make. Basil is it's a spice that you can dry after you harvest it. Comfrey, we do actually have a seed packet of. Common mallow. Green peas, I'm not interested in. You can dry green peas, but I never found anything to do with them after drying them. Apparently, I think you can add them to a soup, maybe? I never found anything else, though. Mint, oregano, and parsley. Mint is really good. I'm planting a full row of that. Oregano, I've only got one bag anyway. Alright, so... remember, these come in packets of 5. So, in terms of the spices and the herbs... Rosemary has no best month, but it does take 180 days to grow, so... sage. And thyme. Tobacco. We could grow tobacco, boys. Fuck no, I ain't touching it. I have opinions about tobacco in this game. I'm going to withhold them. I've said my piece on tobacco. I said my piece on tobacco almost 1 year ago to the day. And the devs still haven't even responded. Not that I expect them to. They probably missed it and never looked back. 1 rosemary and oregano and parsley. Oh, wait a minute, we already have oregano and parsley. Okay, so that is 4 rows right there, and then 5 for the mint. So that's 5 rows of crops right there to plant. And that's just for herbs. And that doesn't count the potatoes. Okay. We have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rows total. So that means after we do the herbs, we've still got plenty of room for potatoes. I like potatoes a lot, not just my Irish heritage, but also the whatchamacallit, the very long shelf life. Gaming Wander, I don't feel like giving my speech on tobacco, so what I'll do is link you to the bug report that I posted for it. And you can see the bug report yourself, and you can see the complete and total lack of reply. Where's my post history? There it is. This bug report was submitted on May 18th, 2025. So we are less than 1 month away. We are less than 1 month away from the 1-year anniversary of me reporting the bug. The devs have to change one number in one file to fix this. One number in one file. They have to add an 8. I actually have it. Hang on. I'm not gonna talk shit. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. That's what I do here. At line 738, change so month to include 8. That's all they have to do. And they just couldn't be fucked to do that for almost an entire goddamn year. That's the Indie Stone right now. I guess they just have more important things to worry about, and I understand that completely. But why even add this to the game if you're going to be like that? Why even add this to the game? Why not just keep it so that we can grow cabbages whenever the fuck we want to grow them? I'm a little salty about it. There should be a line break after vegetables.lua there. You know how I feel about crops right now? This is how I feel about crops right now. I didn't do that for no reason. We're about to go to sleep, and we can sleep off the hangover, and that also is going to that actually gets a lot of calories into our system. So sleeping off the drunkenness, meanwhile imbibing tons of calories. Because we're going to need it. We're going to burn some calories digging crop plots and whatnot. Yeah, it definitely, don't ever get behind the wheel in this game. It's even worse than in real life. I've never, actually quote-unquote driven while drunk, but there was this one time that I had to move my car to the other side of a cul-de-sac. That's all. I didn't even actually go faster than 5 miles an hour, and it still felt weird, but it's not as hard as it was in this game. This game is actually harder than in real life. Alright, let's delete some harvested crops. Oh yeah, CDDA starts you off super drunk, doesn't it? I've never tried it myself, but that definitely sounds like one hell of a way to start. Now, we actually dug these crop plots after we put down the soil for them, but a lot of them disappeared for no reason. Guess they got washed away by the rain. Kind of makes sense, I guess. Yeah, this is going to cause some muscle strain. I'm probably going to take some pills at like 4:30 so that they'll kick in by the time I get to bed. Because even though I'm agriculture level 7, yeah, this is a lot of digging. I'm going to go ahead and go to bed hungry tonight. We're going to make some pancakes tomorrow morning. That'll get us started for a nice, big, beautiful day of farming. Wooden hose break quickly. Try crafting one with iron. What did the devs mean by that? All right. Let's get some pancakes into our girl here. We need a bowl of water for this. Have a bowl, fill with water. Stand over here where the mix is and get it prepared. And you have to, in this universe, you have to cook the pancakes before you can add things to them. Rather silly in my mind, but it works. Now we can add a little bit of something here. Gonna butter and margarine them up. We've got active use butter, should be somewhere here. What did I do with it? Did I put it all away? Yes, okay. Active use butter is bottom in this stack. Oh, I can't put lard, and I don't have margarine. Margarine over here. Now we'll add some, so we've got apricots in there. Let's add some fruit jam and marmalade. And then maple syrup and honey. Yeah, some bright pancakes. I like it. That'll shut the hunger up and it'll keep us nice and fat. Alright, I'm going to take off my heavy weapons too. Oh, it's not that bad. Alright, so we're going to plant the mint first. And then, something I feel like I should do. Okay, have a good one, Mario. Peace out. I feel like what I should do is take whatever is most sensitive to water. I'm not doing watermelon on this character. I've decided against it. Min water. I think some of the most sensitive was cilantro, basil. Basil is absolutely the most sensitive. We also didn't get any cilantro here. Let's fix that. I usually I like kale, but I don't often find a chance to get it out of the freezer. So the only thing of real true substance that I've been growing here is soybeans. I've never tried those before. Interesting. Spinach, kind of in the same boat there. Parsley is going to be a close second. So we've got our first double row here. That's good. We'll revisit this after we get good for making green juice. Yeah, I believe it. I 100% believe it. Five bags compost equals 2 rows of crop. Try not to think too hard about the fact that I'm putting those 5 bags of compost right next to my pancakes. Gonna go ahead and water the carrots while we're here because it's been a few days. All right, next we're doing basil and cilantro. Every like 5 crops, it doesn't water it all the way. And I'll never understand that. Because these buckets, all the math is perfect. These buckets have exactly the correct amount of water in them. And yet, for some godforsaken reason. Okay. Now we're going to compost each of them once. More of my golden ratios here. 5 bags of compost equals 20 crop plots. 20 crop plots is 4 bags of seeds. And also 4 buckets of water to fill them from 0 to 100. So what we're going to do with these sacks is we're going to turn around and just fill them all right back up after we have some pancakes. No more compost handling until we've eaten the pancakes. Alright, now we're choosing another 4 herbs. I'm sticking to the most sensitive to water levels. So basically, if we have or don't have enough water to water everything, we prioritize everything that's on the right and then going to the left. So we already got the mint, basil, and cilantro into the ground. I think after that, it's comfrey, common mallow, oregano, and parsley. I think it's almost alphabetical at that point. Yes, you can use a dispenser bottle, but I use the dispenser bottle doesn't automatically fill up with rainwater, right? So if I needed to go actually get water, then I would do that. I'd actually use the backpack. The backpack can fit even 1 more liter than the dispenser bottles. Where is it? Yeah, parsley is actually the 3rd most sensitive to water levels. So parsley and cilantro are next. Then common mallow and oregano. Wait a minute. We already have cilantro planted. Comfrey and parsley. Okay. This is one of the reasons I always collect buckets and just leave them out to capture rainwater, especially at my bases like this one. So basically everything we're planting right now, assuming we successfully harvest it, it will also be something that we get onto the drying racks, but this time it will be a small drying rack. So we actually will need to get the large drying racks in the drying room out of the way, so that we can replace them with small drying racks. The fire pits can remain in the same place. And thankfully it will be less essential to worry about keeping the fires lit. They'll just make it go faster. They're not required to actually make it progress. By the time we harvest these, it will be warm enough as an ambient temperature for the drying to progress in a reasonable amount of time. I always play the latest version. If my save gets broken, I don't mods. I don't use mods. That's not a good idea for an unstable beta, in my opinion. I do have some folks in chat who use mods. They are probably better informed on which ones break and which ones don't. The only mod that I use is one that I made myself, which is just a very simple texture replacement that changes the color of our backpack that's on our back here from ugly olive drab to the correct tactical black. But yeah, you do, if you don't play in the latest version, you get 1 outdated unstable. But as we've seen, outdated unstable has a tendency to disappear for no fucking reason. Well, there's a kind of a reason. It's because the devs are lazy. There's no nice way to put it. The devs are lazy. They don't want to have to apply security fixes to outdated versions. So if there's a security problem, like there has been with some vulnerabilities of late, they'll just make it disappear. It's not worth for them. It's not worth the legal risk of keeping it up. Are any players going to actually complain about the security vulnerability to the UK authorities? Probably not, but that's what they're worried about. And they've probably been legally advised to stay ahead of that. What am I looking at this for? We've still got... rosemary, sage, and thyme. We do actually have room for 1 more. I never got cilantro out, did I? Let me double check that. It's mint, an entire row. Basil. I did get cilantro out, though. Okay. I just forgot about it because it was a lot sooner. Is the common sense mod still busted? You know, rosemary takes so long to grow. Maybe I'll just go ahead and do another row of that. Okay. So now we'll do sage and thyme next, and then we'll do rosemary for an entire row, and then everything else will be potatoes. I'm going to go get another 2 seed packets, and we'll do a triple row of potatoes. Alright, and with that, we are now out of existing water buckets on this side. I'm going to go ahead and compost the carrots, because I actually do have compost bags in the correct amount, just waiting right here. So we're going to do that really quick, and then we will grab some compost for the other crops as well. It isn't necessary to always compost them, but I've got the compost, I'm going to use it. It's easy enough. I've made it quite streamlined for myself here. Got 6 on me. 7, 8. Here's 9, and here's 10. So I've got enough compost for 4 rows here. How are going to keep crops from spoiling? Okay, so with the exception of the carrots right here, everything we just planted so far can be applied to a drying rack to dry it all out. So everything we have planted so far does not even need to, the word spoil doesn't even come into consideration after you've gotten them on a drying rack and dried. So we've already got a drying room over there. We just got to actually build the rest of the racks. But we don't have to actually worry about the racks until it's time to harvest these, which is going to be a month minimum. Some of them a little farther than a month. Let me get that out of my inventory, and let me leave the most recent composting were these 2, I think. That one and that one. These 2, negative. And that one negative, so we'll leave 5 bags right here. Yes, I wish we could do it to meat too. There should be no reason that we cannot make jerky, but it doesn't exist. There is no jerky production in this game yet. Alright, so I want to plant one more row of something. Rosemary. But I'm out of buckets over here. Let me see if I think I left some buckets on the other side. We got a bucket here. This is usable. And I've got another bucket here. Excellent. One of those might have been supposed to be for our car wash, but I don't care. I got priorities right now. Alright, rosemary is a go. Let's open the packets. Yeah. I want to say that it's coming. I'm sure the devs are hard at work on making sure that it's difficult and annoying, and it's going to make us miserable to try to do it, because, of course, everything's got to be hard. But I have a feeling that it's probably going to come. The devs are really interested in their man in the woods stuff. Smoking meat is a absolute requirement if you're going to do that. Alright, let's get these compost bags affixed. And then 5 bags for these 2 rows. Beautiful. So we've now got 10 empty sacks. We can go ahead and refill those from the compost bins. That should, I believe, possibly excoriate all compost out of here. I don't remember how much these were filled. I think actually, nah, we've got enough. That's okay. Better out of the box than in, as long as there's stuff to cook in the boxes, which we can go refill them after we finish our planting operations here. If it's not obvious what I'm doing is I've got a key binding. It's not currently showing up on screen, but one of my side buttons on my mouse is set to drop what's in my hand, and I'm just filling up I'm filling up the bag and then dropping it so that I don't have to worry about over encumbering myself to oblivion. Okay, that's all the sacks, so we've got another 17 bags of compost here, and we still haven't emptied all the bins. Let's get something to eat here. All this yard work is making her hungry. Let's see, we are still in weight gain. Yes, this is a Logitech G600i. I would have a link to it in the description, but yes, it is an MMO mouse, and the coolest part about it is not just the thumb grid. It's a triple button mouse. So you've got a left click, you got a right click, and then you've got a ring finger button on the side, so it is a triple button mouse. I wish Logitech was still making them. They stopped making them. This is actually a variation of the G600. the G600i biological, the offshoot in Japan, is still producing these. So I guess MMOs are still popular enough in Japan that Logitech saw fit to continue producing them over there. So I had to buy these off eBay. And when I say these, I mean I bought 3 of them because they're not going to be making them here in the States anymore. Then, you know, got to actually stock up, as it were. So we're just eating straight up eggs. We've got some cooked eggs here. That works for now, because I don't think I need any more calories. We're still in rapid weight gain, and we're at 83 kilo. But yeah, if you want one like this exactly that is still in production, I believe this is going to depend on whether you can tolerate Corsair. Yes, this is pretty much the same kind of mouse that I have right now. In fact, I actually have one of these. This one right here is it's a little hard to actually. Yeah, I can't. It's like tied to my I only use it to keep my other computer from locking out because its DPI is that sensitive. But yeah, there you go. I enjoy it. I cannot stand the IQ software, so that's going to be a question of personal preference. IQ is the ICUE is the name of the software that they make you install. I can sort of deal with Logitech's G Hub. That's mostly because I can actually run it without it connecting to the internet and updating itself and shitifying itself. IQ is harder to operate that way. What am I thinking? I need water first before we continue with this, because we are out of buckets completely. So this is where homie who mentioned the dispenser bottles, except we don't have any spare dispenser bottles. This one is... Oh, this one's empty. Okay, we can take this one. And then we have a... over here, we have a backpack sprayer. So what I'm going to do is fill up both of these. And I think that's actually going to get us enough water to water all 3 of the crop rows that we have left. Because we have typically a bucket, 2 buckets is what is required to fill up a single crop row. So a dispenser bottle is 1.5 buckets. So because we have 1.5 times 2, I don't know. I'm not feeling very mental math right now. I do know that I need 2 more packets of potato seeds. And then when it comes to filling up containers, right-click fill is slower than right-click transfer water. So we're going to transfer liquid from this side barrel here that's never been used, basically. So it's completely full. And this is going to actually progress faster than just going to the lake, because the transfer liquid system is faster. So if my calculations, and yeah, I'm using calculations very weakly here, if they're correct, then I do believe that we should be able to water all of these. No, I was completely off. And that's alright. Oh, right. No, I'm an idiot. Okay. That's okay. That is actually okay, because we got pretty far with that. What I would have needed to do all 3 rows is 2 of what I just had. I would have needed 2 of them. But they fill up a lot faster than I thought when we use transfer liquid. That this is no problem at all. Using right click and fill is actually so slow that I usually prefer not to even plant crops until we are until we have the water ahead of time, just because it takes that long. G502, yeah, that is that what? Hang on a second. Is that what my alternate mouse is? No, I use 403. I don't remember exactly the 502. I know I've looked at it, but yes, I do enjoy on a hardware level. I love the Corsair mouse. It's great. I just hate the fucking software with a fiery passion of 1,000 suns. it's bad software. It's garbage. I really wish that Corsair took just a fragment of how much seriousness they take their hardware with their software. But it's whatever. Now, there was a little bit left over there, like one that needed 30 still. I think I still had some left over in this bucket. Yes. We can use this bucket to top them off. Who was it who still needed water? I know for a fact some of them did. See, this is why I usually love to have the buckets, because the buckets are just that clean and straightforward. The numbers, they sing to me. I feel like I'm going insane. I swear. There we go. So was it really just one of them? Okay, yeah. Apparently the rosemary here is already degraded by 10 levels of water. As has the rest of the yard. Okay, we'll have enough bucket for that. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal. No need to drop them now because I am going to use them. Alright, so we've got 5 now. Here is 6, 7, 8, 9. And then 10, so we're going to have some left over, and that's fine. So everything up to the potatoes here are composted already. And we will have 1 half bag left over after we get these. And that's perfectly fine because what we have left basically is 2.5 bags. These right out 2.5 bags of compost is enough to compost a single row. So that basically is just if we end up with a single row that needs it. But otherwise, that's 7 more sacks that we can go fill up with compost. That might finally empty out all the bins on this side. Of course, we have bins on the other side too, closer to the poo production source, as it were. I think we're gonna get close here. Oh yeah, this is one of those. Yeah, the thing is happening. The thing is happening. And what is the thing? The thing is sometimes these larger compost bins, and this is very inconsistent, but sometimes these larger compost bins, if you have more than what it takes to fill it up to 100%, if you have more than that in the inventory of it, it will continue to use it up as if it's processing it instantly. But it doesn't always do that, and I don't understand why. So it was doing the thing there. We basically, we were emptying it, but it kept going back to 98%. And it did that several times in a row, and now after all those bags we pulled out of it, it's still at 88%. But now it's empty, so it won't do that anymore. But basically we can get another 8 bags out of this one compost bin here. So compost is basically never going to be a problem for us. We could plant the entire south field, which I don't intend on doing. At least not yet. Maybe when April comes around, we'll need the south field for flowers. And why do we plant flowers? We plant flowers to put them in our coffee. Why do we put flowers in our coffee? It gives us happies. So you put flowers in your coffee, and it makes you happy when you drink it. If you're in combat for an extended period of time, then you might get unhappy. So having a coffee with happies in it can actually make you fight longer. How is our weight gain? We have stopped rapidly gaining. $300 on a keyboard, bro. When it comes to keyboards, nowadays I care more about how easy the keycaps are to replace. This thing right here, this is also a Logitech rather. I like it, but the keycaps are very specific. It's not like a G413. Yeah, G413. Very, very basic sort of thing. It works great. I've gone through 2. Sorry, this one I've gone through, and then I've had another one. So over the course of almost a decade now. Yeah, I bought this one in 2017, late 2017. And then I've only had to replace it once. And when I say replace, I just mean that I ran out of spare keycaps and had to buy another one. Because this particular kind of keyboard is so specific that keycaps, you can secure them, they're just, they get more and more annoying to get the right ones. You have to buy entire packs of them, and I just got tired of that. Yeah, we're ready to sleep. Yeah, took care of the hunger. Took care of the hunger, and we edged back into rapid weight gain for the night. Okay, so on the meta here, I have to go in the next 10 or 15 minutes here. Yeah, because I do have to be at a meeting at, what was it, 4:15? I actually took it down in a note here. Took it down in a note while I was on that call. Yeah, it's 4:15 p.m. today, and I can't go in my pajamas. So it's yeah, that's all right. So I'm gonna go ahead and get ready for that. So I'm gonna finish up an overnight task here. Looks like we got some snow. Theoretically, that shouldn't be a problem. Theoretically, I don't know. I don't know. If half of our plants die because none of them have cold hardy, I'm just gonna laugh. I'm just gonna fucking cackle. Like if I go out there maybe at the beginning of next stream, and half of our crops are dead because it got below freezing. Again, it's March. It's not just not even the beginning of March. It's March 9th. And yet, yeah, I don't know. Our overnight task tonight, we're gonna go milk the cows, and we're gonna come back with some poo for compost. What did you use your race car for? A pair of headlights to milk the cows with. But yeah, what I was bringing up, the reason I bring that up, I'm going to go ahead and call the stream for today at the beginning of tomorrow in game. So in this duffel bag, I got fountain cups, 34 of them, all empty. We milk our cow into the fountain cups, and there's our pre-allocated hunger reductions. Fresh milk straight from the teat. Yeah, the party. Yeah, it's going to be very fun. We're going to have 10 whole funds. Mandatory fun time. Minimum laugh of 3 required. And we are now grabbing poo. So I'm just going to put this duffel bag in my backpack. And we're going to use these offhand bags here, because there's quite a lot to grab. Our animals have been quite productive. Yeah. I wonder if your server has increased the growth time, because just for reference, these bunnies here, these baby bunnies that are still in the lowest growth phase possible. Oh, it's starving. That's interesting. I thought these fucking things would eat. I might not be able to raise these rabbits after all. Okay, well. Let me get the dung and we'll see about that. But yeah, it's just taking them that long to grow. I wonder if they're not growing because they're not getting adequate food. I always thought that rabbits would just eat regardless of what growth phase they were. I do actually have milk powder. I don't know if milk powder can be used to feed any animal, but I feel like that would be the purpose. That's right, I am here to steal your poo. Was watching I mentioned this earlier. I was watching a guy on YouTube who does sheepdog videos, but he also does other animal videos on the farm. And there was one he did of the cows after they did a calving, He had a bunch of Angus cows. All of them were heifers who were just having their first calves. And he was going over the different reactions they have after having their first calf. How to keep an eye on the calves, make sure they're actually feeding from mama and whatnot. So yeah, we're gonna drop off this poo here, and then we're gonna make some milk. Pick a feeding bottle, see if we can actually feed the baby rabbits. I always thought that they would just eat grass like they always have in the past, but I don't know. Yeah, it could be. But yeah, I've never done the milk powder thing before, so I'm actually kind of curious to give it a shot. I do not intend on taking full responsibility for these rabbits. If they're not going to be able to survive for a little while without me, then they can die. I know that sounds cruel, and to a certain extent it is, but they would have died anyway because I ran over their mother with because the stupid thing was in the middle of the road. Did I bring some milk powder here? You know what? I might have to go and get some. See, everywhere that I've picked up milk powder and left it behind, it's been on top of the fridge. And we don't have any here. So there should be some right down the road. I'm almost 100% sure of that. We're just going to grab that real quick. I've got enough time for this. It didn't end up needing it. Yeah, that's what I was expecting too. I was expecting that these rabbits would just, you know, eat the grass like rabbits do. I don't know what baby rabbits do. I'm sure they do something. Something that leaves them reliant on their mama rabbit. I think there was some in here. Nah, that's, you know what? I'll take the I'll take this while we're here. But no, it must have been the building itself. Lots of feed bag and fertilizer still. I feel like milk powder was one of those things that we had way more of it than I needed for a while. Well, I'll have found this lake and no milk powder then. I'll do another check around base before I go to sleep. And tomorrow I'll try hand feeding them something. Maybe they'll still eat grass or hay or something if I hand feed them. I also have these animal feed bags I just picked up. Maybe they'll eat that. There's also a small possibility that I saw some in the convenience store, which is just right here on the way home anyway. Just a couple of books, a bunch of tools, all redundant. Yeah, okay, no, here. See, that's the funny thing is I know there's milk powder laying around out there somewhere. It's just I've never needed it. So it did not really register to me that I should bring it back. Ooh, I don't know if that's one of the ones that could nail you. I don't think it is, but I'm not taking the risk. Okay, so order of operations for next stream. I probably will not stream tomorrow. I already was not supposed to stream today, but I would put it at like 80% that I won't stream tomorrow. Last place that I might find it might be in here. The ability to search would be magnificent. We do have feeding bottles over here, but not bags. Yeah, okay. We'll just see if it'll eat something that I can try to hand feed it. And if not, sorry, Mr. Rabbit. I already did way more than I normally would for a rabbit. Y'all know my history with rabbits. It's not a kind one. Nope. There's literally nothing I can feed it. Babies that need milk need access to their mothers. Last thing I'm going to try really quick is cow's milk. Just take one of these fountain cups, put it in my own inventory, see what happens. Okay, it doesn't want it. Sucks to be you. I tried. I tried so hard. I tried, and I got so far. But in the end, it was just a rabbit. Yeah. Honestly, waking up early the other day, that slaughtered me. That slaughtered me. Waking up at 3:30 to get ready to go into the office at be there and logged in by 5. Ugh, disgusting. All right, folks. That is me signing off for the day. And I actually took a little longer than I was supposed to doing that, so we'll have Dani bid farewell here. I'm gonna get a good new here we go. I'm gonna use that possibly for my thumbnail there. We'll see. Gotta get the new hair in there somewhere if I can. If not, we'll try something next time. Normally I back up my save at the end, but I've got to go. So you guys know the drill. Back up my save at the end of every session. I'll catch you guys next time. Peace out and have a good one.